Chapter 795. About half a year ago, Savage Leopard entered the Death Mountain range with the intention of breaking through to the mid-tier Mystic the Arch. Thousands of years ago, he was already a peak-stage Mystic the Arch and was just a step away from breaking through to the Saint tier. However, the traitors in the sect caused chaos. Not only did they cause him to fail in his breakthrough, but they also destroyed his physical body, leaving a wisp of remnant soul in the blood-devouring Devil Saber. This body also had a dark attribute physique. His soul and this body were extremely compatible, which made him decide to occupy this body and recultivate to the peak strength. After following Ling Xiao for so long, Savage Leopard's strength had been growing steadily. He had all the previous memories and comprehensions. As long as he accumulated strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to advance. Previously, his strength was already at the peak stage of the low-tier Mystic the Arch. If he was willing to consume Ling Xiao's supreme-grade Mystic the Arch elixir, he would already be a mid-tier Mystic the Arch. However, he didn't do so. After all, consuming elixir to advance would cause his foundation to be unstable, which would make it harder for him to advance in the future. He would rather advance slowly and break through on his own. Before his seclusion, Mad Tooth had already found plenty of dark attribute high-grade spirit herbs for him. These were all for him to absorb when he was breaking through. He didn't have to worry about not having enough energy. He had been in seclusion for a few months. Bit by bit, he sorted out his previous life's memories and comprehensions. He wanted to constantly upgrade his comprehension and restore the bloodlust that he had in his previous life. His world power was the Blood Devil Prison Realm, a superior grade spirit class world power. Every time his strength increased by a level, his world power would be expanded, and the power it displayed would be even more terrifying. When he was breaking through, the mountain range he was in was filled with the cries of countless vengeful spirits. It scared the surrounding spirit beasts to run far away, as though they were afraid of being devoured by these ferocious creatures. Rumble! Suddenly, a sky-piercing rumble came from the belly of a mountain. That mountain kept on shaking as though it was going to collapse at any moment. A black shadow rushed into the sky. Countless vengeful spirits kept on revolving around him. It was as though he was a living devil king. If someone was nearby, they would definitely feel a sense of fear spreading to the bottom of their heart. The black shadow let out a roar towards the sky, as if it wanted to roar out all the anger and unhappiness it had suppressed for many years. Its voice was so shrill and frightening. The sound lasted for a long time before it disappeared into the horizon. This black figure was none other than Savage Leopard, who had broken through to the middle stage Mystic Emperor realm. The body that the Savage Leopard had taken over was very young, and along with his successive breakthroughs, his appearance had practically not changed at all. He seemed to be a young man around 30 years of age. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, his face was extremely firm and robust, and the imposing aura of an emperor-rank expert emanated a great aura with every single move he made, causing others to not dare look him directly in the eye. Cruel Leopard clenched his fists in satisfaction and murmured, "It won't be long before I can return to my peak again. Traitor, just you wait. I will settle that account with you soon." Thinking of the betrayal back then, Cruel Leopard's heart was bleeding. That kind of pain was something that others could not understand. The Savage Leopard successfully broke through and did not stay here any longer, preparing to return to Wind Cloud City. His figure was like the wind and lightning, so fast that people could not see him clearly. It was just like a gust of wind blowing past. The Savage Leopard had already gone deep into the Death Mountain range. There were many spirit beasts above the 6th and 7th rank here. If he accidentally provoked those terrifying existences, he would not have an easy time. Therefore, the route that the Savage Leopard flew was based on his many years of experience, bypassing the places where those powerful spirit beasts existed. However, he had not flown for long when he discovered that there was something strange between the mountains and forests. He stopped in surprise and hid his aura. His whole body was concealed, and even those stronger than him would not be able to easily discover his traces. More than 1,000 meters in front of him, there were many powerful auras. These auras were actually the same as the aura that he emitted. In other words, The people in front of him were people with the dark attribute. A group of experts who could appear in the Death Mountain range and possessed the dark attribute. The savage leopard's first thought was of the Black Demon sect. This was the force that he had once established with Mad Tooth. Back then, he had led the Black Demon sect to develop into a fourth-rank sect, and its fierce reputation was illustrious. However, the Black Demon sect at that time could not enter the threshold of the 18 great forces. But now, under the leadership of his traitor, the Black Demon sect had actually destroyed one of the original 18 great forces and succeeded in replacing it. It could be seen that the traitor indeed had amazing means and strength. Well, I did not expect to meet you here. Let me see what you are planning. Those who betrayed me back then, I will not let go of any one of them. Now I will collect some interest. The savage leopard thought coldly in his heart. Then, he opened his senses and listened to the conversation of those people in front of him. All of you, keep your spirits up. The Supreme Elder of the sect will be arriving soon. Seal off this area right now and don't allow anyone to enter. Kill Wu He immediately if you discover anyone. The leading quasi-emperor realm expert shouted at the group of people around him. Under his arrangement, the heavenly venerables and earthly sovereign realm martial artists dispersed in all directions. A group of people quietly walked in the direction of the savage leopard. One of them said in a low voice, "I didn't expect to find a crystal mine in such an inconspicuous place. It's incredible." Another person replied, "Many crystal mines have been discovered in the Death Mountain range, but there are too many powerful spirit beasts here. Not everyone can claim them as their own. Before the Grand Supreme Elder arrives, it would be better for us to be careful. If we were to suddenly provoke a 7th-rank spirit beast, it would be very troublesome. What do they know? They can't absorb these crystals. If you want to guard against them, you should guard against the mercenaries of Wind Cloud City. They have all been taken by Ling Xiao. A small high-level heavenly master dares to occupy a city and call himself a king. Once they develop the city and our elders arrive, they will obediently offer up the city. That's hard to say. Recently, that kid has been in the limelight. Even Sha Tian and the Gu family can't do anything to him. He's a hard bone to chew. Let's cut the crap and focus on guarding this crystal mine. If anything goes wrong and the Supreme Elder arrives, we'll be the ones to die." Crystal mine. When the savage leopard heard these 2 words, he immediately became happy. No matter where it was almost impossible for a warrior to walk on the continent without Xian crystals. Xian crystals were not only the currency, but they were also the foundation of a warrior's cultivation. They were the foundation of any large force. With Xian crystals, one could buy any spirit herb, weapon, pill. Right now, Wind Cloud City had 1,000 things to do and its foundation was thin. It was all supported by Ling Xiao alone. In a short period of time, there might not be any problems, but after a long time, the number of people would increase sharply. Without a large amount of Xian crystals to spend, that would not be a good thing. Let me see what grade of crystal mine it is. It just so happens to be able to solve young master's urgent problem. The savage leopard murmured. His entire body began to move forward as if he was teleporting. In front of them, there was a half-emperor and a dark spirit beast that was already at the peak of the 6th step guarding them. Behind them was a small cave entrance, surrounded by bare rocks. There were no trees or weeds, and there was not a single trace of life. No one would have thought that there would be a crystal at the bottom of such a rocky mountain. Just as the savage leopard approached, the nether tiger immediately became vigilant. It seemed to have sensed something unusual. After all, a spirit beast's perception was different from a human's, and it would have an instinctive vigilance towards approaching danger. What's wrong with the nether tiger? The half-emperor caressed the nether tiger's forehead and asked. The nether tiger transmitted its voice. "Master, there seems to be another human approaching us. It's just that I can't be sure of his direction. That human is cunning and has hidden very well." "Impossible, I can sense everything within a radius of several thousand meters. No matter who approaches, I can sense it immediately. Could it be? The other party is stronger than me." The half-emperor replied. Just as he was feeling puzzled, A black shadow flashed towards him and the nether tiger like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. This figure was like a ghost. Even if he was a half-emperor, it was still difficult to catch him. However, the nether tiger sensed it immediately. It didn't even think and immediately leaped up to block in front of its master. A smear of blood light suddenly appeared. The incomparably sharp saber energy carried the chill of a sure kill strike. It drew out a beautiful arc and instantly slashed the enormous tiger drive into two. A large amount of blood splattered everywhere. The half-emperor's face was also splashed. The stench caused him to instantly return to his senses. He retreated hastily without thinking. He could already sense the strength of the approaching person. It was absolutely above him. Unfortunately, he hadn't even retreated a meter when the saber light attacked again. The saber light was like a shocking rainbow, and also like a falling meteor. The speed was truly peerlessly fast, making it hard for people to parry. The strength of a half-emperor was already rather good, but compared to the savage leopard who had already broken through to the middle stage of the mystic emperor, the difference was rather huge. If the savage leopard wanted to exterminate him, it would naturally be effortless. The saber light flashed by, and the half-emperor was slashed into two. A pool of blood splattered in all directions, making people feel extremely disgusted. The savage leopard killed countless people and was merciless when he attacked. The savage leopard licked the blood on the blood-devouring devil saber and revealed an excited look. The smell of blood is so fresh. Traitors, wash your necks and wait. Subsequently, he plunged into the cave entrance. A damp feeling immediately pervaded over. After he walked in for several tens of meters, he suddenly discovered a smear of crystal light in front of him. It was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sparkling mystic crystals in front of him. He exclaimed excitedly, "It's actually a high-grade crystal mine. We're going to be rich this time." The savage leopard was also considered a person who had seen the world, but facing a high-grade mystic crystal mine, he was still moved. It was also at this moment, several powerful auras approached with extreme speed. Chapter 796. These people did not hide their auras, and their frighteningly strong auras caused many low-level spirit beasts to flee. Only those rank 7 spirit beasts let out angry roars. There were 4 people in this group, 3 men and 1 woman. All of them had reached the arch level. Judging from the strong aura they exuded, they all carried an evil and bloody smell. Needless to say, these 4 people were the supreme elders of the Black Demon sect. These years, we have found a few mineral veins in the Death Mountain range. Unfortunately, they were all low-grade or mid-grade. I don't know if this crystal mine can reach high-grade. The old woman with disheveled hair said in a hoarse voice. A tall and skinny old man on her left replied, "It's good enough to have a mid-grade crystal mine. It's not easy to want a high-grade one." Another person replied, "It doesn't matter what grade it is, as long as the quantity is enough. It can fill up the financial resources of our demon sect." These years, the sect leader has been in seclusion. Our demon sect's prestige has been declining day by day. Even a small first emperor dares to occupy a city within our sphere of influence. This is really damaging to our prestige. This matter has already been decided in the sect. Since the mystery of Hell City's death has been solved by that kid, we might as well wait for him to consolidate the city before taking over. I don't think he can cause any more trouble. I heard that the kid has some ability. Now that even the kid from the martial spirit court has been suppressed, he is in the limelight. Once the crystal mine is excavated, we can go and take over the city. We can't let him be arrogant anymore. The 4 of them chatted as they rushed to the crystal mine. However, when they were about to reach their destination, they immediately noticed that one of the auras had disappeared, and there was another hidden aura that flashed by. Not good, that's the crystal mine. Something must have happened. The old woman was the strongest among the 4 of them. She was also the most perceptive. She immediately sensed that something was wrong. She cried out in surprise and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. The 3 emperors beside her also chased after her at the same time. After the savage leopard killed the half-emperor and the spiritual beast, He focused his attention on the crystal mine. When he sensed a powerful aura approaching, he immediately charged out of the cave. Savage Leopard thought to himself, two of them have an aura similar to mine, and two are slightly weaker. This lineup is truly powerful, and I can't fight them head-on. I need to return to the city and call Mad Tooth over to destroy them before taking them for myself. Savage Leopard's strength increased greatly, but he was not a reckless person. After distinguishing the strength of the other party, he immediately made a decision. He rushed out of the cave and fled in the opposite direction of the person. Where do you think you're going, you scoundrel? A middle-level emperor of the Black Demon sect cried out in alarm. He threw a black fist toward the leopard. This fist was like a mountain, quickly and swiftly smashing towards the back of the savage leopard. The savage leopard had already sensed the terrifying power coming at it. Its body constantly changed and very luckily dodged it. Rumble! That black fist carried a powerful destructive power, causing the forest in the distance to collapse. Because of the obstruction of this fist, the savage leopard was surrounded by the four opponents, and their aura was tightly locked on him. The old woman pointed the bone staff at the savage leopard and shouted, "Who the hell are you? How dare you kill people of my demon sect? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Why are you talking nonsense with him, In Huan Huan? He killed people of my demon sect, so he must have discovered the secret of the crystal mine. We must not let him leave here alive," the middle-level emperor said. The savage leopard looked around at the four people and finally, his eyes fixed on the old woman. His face showed a bit of ridicule. "In Huan Huan, you stinking brat, I didn't expect you to live until now. You don't have any of the coquettish energy from back then, and you've actually become an old woman. Even a man can't get hard when he sees you. I don't know how you're going to play the Tao of dual cultivation, huh?" The old woman's expression stiffened, and then her half-squinted old eyes revealed two rays of resentment. Her stooped body slightly trembled and she shouted, "Who the hell are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Quickly tell me your name, and I'll let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I'll definitely torture you to the point where you wish you were dead." The old woman's real name was In Huan Huan. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone called her by this name. Even she herself had almost forgotten this name. Others had always called her In Lady, because she had turned into an old woman that was neither a human nor a ghost, and it was really scary. Back then, she was also a beautiful woman who was infatuated with thousands of people. With the protection of heavenly treasures, she wouldn't easily age. However, thousands of years ago, she betrayed the man who had always been indifferent to her. In the end, that cruel man broke her vitality and almost took her life. Later, although she survived, it was difficult for her strength to advance even half a step in her life, and her appearance gradually aged. Not many people in the sect knew about these past events, and her changes over the years had made people forget that she used to be a stunning beauty, a slut who often seduced strong men to cultivate the Tao of Acacia. The young man in front of her knew her identity at a glance. How could this not surprise her? She tried hard to search among the men who had made love with her thousands of years ago, but she found that there was no impression of this man. When the other party understood her, but she knew nothing about the other party, anyone would feel incomparably uncomfortable. "Ha, you stinky girl, there are countless men who have ridden you in this life. Thinking about it makes people sick. Now that you've become a ghost, it's really retribution." Cruel Leopard once again provoked In Lady and laughed. Back then, In Lady was also one of his generals. At that time, In Lady was as beautiful as a flower and had a lot of temptation to him. However, when he knew that In Lady liked the dual cultivation technique the most and had slept with countless men, it made him feel disgusted, so he never had sex with this woman. He didn't expect this woman to hook up with his traitor in the end and betray him together. It could be said that this woman was also one of Cruel Leopard's biggest enemies. In Lady was so angry at Cruel Leopard that smoke came out of her 7 orifices. Her body kept trembling, and her aura became a little chaotic. "Don't be angry, In Lady, he's angry at you. Let's work together to kill him first," the middle stage Xian Emperor reminded. However, Cruel Leopard took the initiative to attack first. Devil Blade 3rd Style, Devil Slaughters Emotions. This was the Devil Blade 8 style Xian skill that Ling Xiao had passed down to Cruel Leopard. It was a tyrannical Devil Blade strong move that was very suitable for him. The power of each move could be said to be terrifying. A large amount of black qi and blood qi kept surging, and the terrifying blade aura slaughtered towards Yin Lady, who was in a daze. Even before the saber aura reached them, that terrifying and intense killing intent had already caused them to feel boundless fear and cowardice. Following Cruel Leopard's move, the Xian Emperors in 3 directions also made their moves at the same time. A large amount of dark attribute aura instantly covered a range of thousands of meters. It was as if a black curtain had suddenly descended, making people feel strange. Rumble. The terrifying destructive power turned the nearby mountains and forests into flat land. Not good, this is a feint. He's going to run. The middle stage Xian Emperor exclaimed and took the lead to rush in a direction. It turned out that Cruel Leopard's move just now was to make them think that he was going to kill Yin Lady. Unexpectedly, after he made his move, he had already turned around and ran. Cruel Leopard was not afraid of death and did not dare to continue fighting, but he needed to go back and ask for help. Occupying this crystal mine for himself was the most important thing at present. Moreover, he was not confident that he could defeat the 4 people in front of him with his own strength. When escaping, Cruel Leopard had already summoned the Devil Armored Leopard. In terms of speed, he, a middle-stage Xian Emperor, might not be as fast as the Devil Armored Leopard. Moreover, it was much more patient. Cruel Leopard did not want to expose his identity and did not return in the direction of Wind Cloud City. Instead, he went deeper and planned to make use of the higher-tier spirit beasts here to get rid of the entanglement. Damn it, do you think you can escape like this? I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death and become my human pet. Yin Lady let out a mournful roar and chased after him like a ghost. At the same time, she also summoned her protective spirit beast. A dark-attributed flying spirit beast with a huge body and a strong evil intent was constantly letting out cries that soared into the sky. This was impressively a black wind eagle that was at the middle stage of the 7th tier. Its speed was like lightning and instantly caught up to Cruel Leopard. It spread its wings and immediately a black tornado swept towards Cruel Leopard and the Black Devil Leopard. Cruel Leopard cursed in his heart, "Damn it, how could I forget that this Mount Z has this spirit beast?" Cruel Leopard had no choice but to turn around and slashed at the black tornado with the blood-devouring devil saber in his hand. The saber aura broke through the wind, but it also made his cheeks hurt. At this time, Lady Yin and another middle-stage mystic the Arch had already arrived. The 2 of them opened up a large amount of world power at the same time and blasted towards Savage Leopard. Yin Lady's world power was like a bloodthirsty old witch, constantly sucking the strong man's essence energy. It looked extremely disgusting and vicious. The other middle-stage Xian Emperor's world power was like countless black man-eating mist flowers blooming. It carried an endless reproductive power and swallowed towards Cruel Leopard and the Devil Armored Leopard. One look at these 2's world power and it was obvious that they were not good people. It seems like I have to expose myself. Cruel Leopard was shrouded by the 2 great world power and knew that it was difficult for him to escape. He could only fight with all his strength. Then, his boundless world energy was also deduced. Boundless blood sea, boundless corpses, with a strong sense of death and slaughter, it made people feel as if they were in hell. That feeling of fear instantly filled the hearts and minds of Lady Yin and the middle-stage Xian Emperor. This was especially so for Lady Yin. Her old eyes became extremely dull as if she had seen something terrifying. She exclaimed, "No. Impossible. How can this world's power appear again?" For you. Yin Lady's panic gave Cruel Leopard a chance to attack. Chapter 797. The boundless sea of blood, the mournful cries of grievances, and the blood hands seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell, causing people to feel extremely horrified. The blood devil prison world pounced towards Lady Yin, who was in a panic. Her witch's world power that was sucking the yang essence was instantly torn apart by the countless blood hands. Just as the cruel leopard was about to use the Devil Saber 8 styles to slash her down, he was attacked by someone behind him. Lady Yin, what are you doing now? Quickly get rid of this person first. That mid-stage mystic the Arch exclaimed as he controlled his own world power to continuously devour the cruel leopard's world power. Huge black man-devouring flowers were constantly opening and closing, and the strange devouring power was also extraordinary. Among them, the largest black man-devouring flower even opened its petals and bit down on the cruel leopard's head. The cruel leopard had no choice but to turn around and swing the blood-devouring devil saber. He blasted out a saber astral that had the might to slash the heavens, cutting that black man-devouring flower into 2 halves. At the same time, he also used all his world power to deduce. One by one, resentful souls and malicious spirits flew out continuously, and blood hands tore at those black man-devouring flowers. Lady Yin also regained her senses and screamed, "I don't care who you are, I will definitely kill you." The image of that tyrannical man from thousands of years ago appeared in Lady Yin's mind, and her entire body was shrouded in fear. That man killed without batting an eyelid, and his methods were extremely ruthless. He was one of the men that she admired the most, and also the man that she was most unwilling to think of. His world power was exactly the same as the young man in front of her. If it wasn't for the young man's different appearance, she would have thought that they were the same person. She didn't have the mood to delve into this matter. She could only kill this person to make the fear in her heart disappear. Otherwise, this person in front of her would definitely become her eternal nightmare. Lady Yin seemed to have gone crazy. The witches in her world power carried the bone staff and pounced towards those vengeful spirits. The power between the two kept entangling with each other. The savage leopard's world power was definitely a high-grade world power and was much stronger than the two of them. However, the savage leopard's individual strength was slightly inferior. He had just broken through to the middle-stage mystic the Arch realm, while the two of them had already become middle-stage mystic thearchs a long time ago. Their strength had already reached a deeper level. In the beginning, savage leopard was still in an invincible position. However, the gap in strength gradually became apparent. His world force was gradually suppressed by the two's world force. On the other side, the armored demon leopard was fighting against Lady Yin's black wind eagle and another dark attribute spirit beast. In terms of combat power, the armored devil leopard was also above the two spirit beasts, but it was a rank lower than the two spirit beasts in terms of rank. As such, it was being suppressed and bitten, causing it to shriek miserably. The savage leopard was in a dangerous situation, which aroused his previous life's ferocity. He began to use the Devil Saber 8 forms with all his strength. After all these years, he had been constantly studying and practicing the Devil Saber 8 forms. Its power was finally comprehended by him. Only when he turned into a devil and stimulated his boundless murderous nature would he be able to display the power of a sure kill. One after another, the saber aura with horrifying power kept blasting towards the two of them, forcing them to dodge in a sorry state. The savage leopard seemed to have lost his mind as he kept roaring, "Come on, let me kill to my heart's content." The saber aura carried a terrifying sharpness that tore through the vast sky, slashing the surrounding mountain ridges into pieces. What kind of saber art is this? It's actually so terrifying. The middle-stage mystic the Arch exclaimed as he dodged. Lady Yin was also shocked in her heart, but her heart calmed down slightly. The man in her memory didn't know such saber art. That world power should be a coincidence. Lungjing, you and I will kill him with all our strength. Lady Yin said to the middle-stage mystic the Arch. The bone staff in her hand swung in a mysterious trajectory, and the incomparably sharp bone spikes pierced towards the savage leopard. The power of each bone spike was not inferior to the attack of a high-grade spirit artifact. Once pierced, it could immediately break through the Thearcha's defensive armor. On the other side, the middle-stage mystic the Arch called Lungjing also attacked with all his strength. He used a wolf-tooth mace, and every strike of the mace carried the power to destroy mountains and split the earth, and overturn rivers and seas as it swung towards the savage leopard. The savage leopard let out a roar as if he was possessed. The blood-devouring devil saber in his hand blossomed with a strong smell of blood, and that powerful and sharp edge was revealed. Immediately after, he slashed down towards the two of them at the same time. Countless huge saber aura blasted down with a chilling intent of fear. Devil Saber 7 Forms, Chaotic Dance of the Devils. It was as if countless devils had been reborn, and it carried a terrifying demonic nature that was devoid of humanity and wanted to exterminate all living beings. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound of the collision rang out incessantly, and all the surrounding clouds were blasted into nothingness. The energy that splashed out in all directions smashed the mountains below them into deep pits, and the trees and spirit grasses were also destroyed. The collision of strong moves also meant that the victor was about to be decided. 2 sounds of blood being spat out could be heard, and 2 patches of bright red were as beautiful as summer flowers. This was spat out by Lady Yin and Lung Jing. Their clothes were not small damage, and their faces were pale. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. It could be seen that they had fought 2 against 1, but they still did not have an advantage. Damn it, he still escaped. Lady Yin looked at the sky and couldn't help but curse. Lung Zheng frowned and said, "He already hid his aura and escaped. Even if we chased after him, we wouldn't be able to find him. That person doesn't look old, but he's so strong. He must have consumed some kind of heavenly treasure that allowed him to regain his youth. What's even stranger is that he and we are both dark attribute, so why haven't we heard of such a person?" Lady Yin was silent for a moment, and then said fiercely, "I don't care who he is, as long as he hasn't left this place. I must find him and tear him into pieces." "Alright, why were you so panicked when you saw his world power? And I think he seems to know you. What's going on with Lady Yin?" Lung Zheng asked doubtfully. Through the words of the savage leopard and Lady Yin, he suspected that the 2 of them were old acquaintances. Lady Yin replied, "His world power is exactly the same as that person from 5,000 years ago." "That person from 5,000 years ago?" Lung Zheng was puzzled for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. His pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "Could it be the old sect leader?" More than 5,000 years ago, he was only an Empyrean-level character, but he still had some understanding of the matters within the sect. More than 5,000 years ago, he suddenly heard that the old sect leader died from his cultivation. However, when he became stronger and squeezed into the circle of the older generation, he once heard a good friend say after drinking that the old sect leader was actually plotted against by the current sect leader. Lady Yin glared at him and said coldly, "What old sect leader? His body was already destroyed back then, and his soul was also completely destroyed. It's impossible for him to be resurrected. It's good that you know about this, but don't spread it around. If those old fellows hear about it, you'll suffer." "I know, but what's going on with that person just now?" Lung Zheng secretly wiped off the cold sweat. "Maybe it's just a coincidence, could it be? Could it be that he took in another disciple?" Lady Yin thought of another possibility, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was right. If it wasn't his disciple, how could he know about her, and how could he deduce the same power of the world? "No, I must find him and destroy him." Lady Yin was very worried and immediately wanted to chase after him. "Lady Yin, don't worry, we're here to protect the crystal mine. There can't be any mistakes in this matter. That person is already seriously injured. I don't think he can escape from this Death Mountain range." Lung Jing stopped her and said, "Damn it, I must tear his body into 10,000 pieces." Lady Yin shouted unwillingly. Her figure flew towards the struggling demon-armored leopard, and the bone staff in her hand pierced out with a sharp light. Puff puff. The demon-armored leopard was already seriously injured by the bite, and now it was attacked by Lady Yin with all her strength. Its strong body was pierced with bloody holes, and a large amount of blood flowed out continuously. Lady Yin didn't stop because of this. She once again raised the bone staff and pointed it at the demon-armored leopard's forehead. The bone staff pierced into the demon-armored leopard's head. "Disappear for me." Lady Yin seemed to want to vent all her resentment on the demon-armored leopard, and the bone staff in her hand fiercely stirred the demon-armored leopard's head. The demon-armored leopard's head was directly stirred into a pool of blood, and in the end, its huge body was also smashed into pieces. Blood splashed down from the sky like rain, dyeing the ground red. It looked so strange and frightening. A wind cloud city. Xian Yao planned to bring people to the Death Mountain range to inspect the terrain and choose the mountain shape as an important place for cultivation. However, when he walked out of the room, he looked in the direction of the Death Mountain range. A few black spots flashed in his heavenly eye, as if it was indicating something. A few traces of worry flashed in his heart. He frowned, pinched his fingers, and then his eyelids twitched. Something happened to the savage leopard. Then he flew towards the city gate. When he arrived at the city gate, all the city guards recognized Xian Yao and immediately bowed to greet him. "Greetings, Lord Military Advisor." Xian Yao didn't say much. Just as he was about to fly out of the city, he saw something suddenly fall from the sky. Bang! A person fell from the sky, a person wearing a black martial suit. The city guards were shocked, and then they were about to step forward to protect Xian Yao. However, Xian Yao recognized the figure. It was the savage leopard. He exclaimed, "Savage leopard, what happened to you?" Then he rushed to the side of the savage leopard. Looking at his shocking wounds, he could guess that he must have encountered a great danger. The savage leopard raised his head with difficulty and murmured, There's a crystal mine. It's occupied by the black demon sect." Before he could finish his words, he immediately fainted. Without saying anything, Xian Yao immediately picked up the savage leopard and returned to the city lord's mansion. Chapter 798. After Savage Leopard fought with Yin Pe and Leng Zheng, he escaped with serious injuries, but not to the point of being unconscious. The main reason was that he hid in the jungle with injuries, and his body carried a strong smell of blood. This appearance would provoke the bloodthirsty spirit beasts. In addition, there was no shortage of high-level spirit beasts in the Death Mountain range. In the process of escaping, he was attacked by several 7th-rank spirit beasts, and was almost buried in the stomach of the spirit beasts. Luckily, he managed to escape back to Wind Cloud City in the end. However, he had used up the last of his energy and fell from the sky. Xian Yao returned to the city lord's mansion with the seriously injured savage leopard in his arms. He immediately fed him healing elixirs, and at the same time, informed Ling Xiao and Mad Tooth to come over. When the two saw the injuries on Savage Leopard's body, they were shocked. Fortunately, there was no danger to his life, so they were relieved. Mad Claw checked the injuries of Savage Leopard and found that there were many wounds from sharp weapons. Then he showed an angry expression. "Who the hell dared to chase after my brother?" Although the Savage Leopard had many scars on its body that were caused by spirit beasts, it could still be seen that it had been cut by a sharp weapon. Thus, he could conclude that the Savage Leopard had been chased and injured. Don't worry. When Savage Leopard wakes up, everything will naturally be known. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He also wanted to know who hurt Savage Leopard, and he suspected that the other party was coming for him. Savage Leopard should have found something. When he fainted, he seemed to say something about a crystal mine and the Black Demon sect. I didn't hear it very clearly. Xian Yao said, "Crystal mine? Black Demon sect? Could it be that he found a mine and was besieged by the people of the Black Demon sect?" Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and guessed. When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, their eyes lit up. The more they thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. About half a day later, Savage Leopard finally woke up. He couldn't wait any longer and said, Young Master, the Black Demon sect has discovered a top-grade crystal mine in the Death Mountain range. We must take it for ourselves. We can't let those bastards get away with it." Cruel Leopard held his breath and said what he wanted to say. Beside him, Ling Xiao, Mad Tooth, and Xian Yao were all taken aback for a moment before revealing excited expressions. Ling Xiao took out a few top-quality blood crystals and a drop of spring liquid and said, "Savage Leopard, immediately recover from your injuries. Huckster, immediately gather the troops. We need to discuss this matter immediately." With the strength of the Savage Leopard, it would only take a few days for it to recover with the help of medicinal pills. However, the current situation was urgent, so Ling Xiao could only let the savage leopard consume the top-quality blood essence and spring of life liquid, allowing it to recover in the shortest amount of time. He wanted it to lead the way to the Death Mountain range to find the crystal mine. A high-grade crystal mine. No matter how many there were, it was worth fighting for. Moreover, the Black Demon sect, the Cruel Leopard sect, and the Mad-Tooth sect had an irreconcilable life and death enmity between them. So, they wouldn't be afraid of offending the Cruel Leopard sect by snatching the crystal mine that they had discovered. After all, a war would break out sooner or later. The Cruel Leopard sect stayed alone to quickly recover from his injuries while Ling Xiao and the others summoned all the higher-ups in the hall for a discussion. After a fierce discussion, Ling Xiao finally made a decision to seize the crystal mine. Most of the people were worried. They all knew the strength of the Black Demon sect. They had already decided to attack Sha Tian and the Gu family. Now they had to offend the Black Demon sect. Was it worth it? Just as they were hesitating, Mad Claw finally revealed his ferocious side. His saint-level aura pressed down on everyone in the hall, making it hard for them to breathe. The Black Demon sect is nothing. With me and Elder Han here, unless all the old monsters appear, we don't need to be afraid of them. Mad Tooth said fiercely. For a moment, all the elders in the hall were shocked. The elders who didn't understand the amazing backing of the City Lord's mansion were moved. It turned out that there was such a peerless master in their mansion. What else did they have to worry about? Where are Yang Xianfeng and Wang Teng? Ling Xiao shouted from the seat of honor. Yang Xianfeng and Wang Teng stepped out together and bowed. Your subordinates are here. The two of you gather 5,000 men and horses together. Prepare the digging tools and wait for orders. Ling Xiao ordered. Yes. The two responded and immediately turned around and left the hall. The rest of you, prepare to go with me to kill the Black Demon sect. Don't let any of them escape. Ling Xiao said again. Apart from a few Shen emperors, there were also a lot of experts from mercenary groups that had been subdued and recruited. Those who could enter this hall had gone through repeated tests of loyalty. They were at least heavenly venerables. Although they were somewhat lacking when facing an emperor-level expert, there weren't many emperor-level experts in the world. The strength of these people could at least deal with some of the other emperors of the Black Demon sect. Their existence could not be ignored. After the meeting was over, Cruel Leopard's injury had also recovered. His condition was back to its peak. The damaged skin and flesh had been healed again. What is the situation now? Quickly say it again. I have already gathered people to prepare for battle. Ling Xiao said. Cruel Leopard seemed to be even more anxious than Ling Xiao. He said, Young master, hurry up and bring the people. We'll talk as we go. Mad Claw, you must go and take command. You must not let those bastards get away. Lady Yin did not want to let Cruel Leopard go. Cruel Leopard also did not want to let Lady Yin have an easy time. The taste of being betrayed was so unforgettable. Now that the enemy was not far away, he also wanted to get rid of it. Ling Xiao and the others followed Cruel Leopard to the Death Mountain range. On the way, Cruel Leopard once again told them how he found the crystal mine. Is that Lady Yin the mother of the Yin ghost of the Blackwater sect? Mad Claw asked. That's right, it's that bitch. It should have been her who seduced the others to rebel. Otherwise, that traitor wouldn't have the ability to kill all of my people in one fell swoop. Savage Leopard revealed a strong killing intent. Good, then let's get rid of this bitch first. In the future, we will kill our way to the demon sect and take back everything that belongs to us. Mad Claw also replied with strong killing intent. There were a total of more than 70 people accompanying Ling Xiao. The strongest was Mad Claw with the strength of a low-level saint, followed by Song Minghua with the strength of a high-level mystic emperor. She had also obtained the supreme-grade mystic emperor elixir from Ling Xiao to advance, followed by Cruel Leopard, Du Tai, Luo Yu, Lu Kun, Wu Fu. These people were almost all the elites of the City Lord's mansion. Xian Yao led Yang Xianfeng, Wang Teng, and 5,000 people to cover the rear. After the matter was settled, it was time to mine the crystal at the fastest speed. It was absolutely necessary to mine all the crystal mine in the shortest time possible. Originally, Ling Xiao did not agree to let Xian Yao go. Although he was a middle-level celestial master, his combat power was not particularly strong. Once it was a battle of life and death, Ling Xiao was afraid that Xian Yao would make a mistake. Xian Yao had shown his extraordinariness many times. Ling Xiao still had to rely on him in many aspects. This right-hand man, Ling Xiao did not want to lose, no matter what. However, Xian Yao insisted on going because he still had to survey the terrain for the selection of the force. It was a good opportunity to go there. Ling Xiao had no choice but to agree to him. At the same time, he told Yang Xianfeng and Wang Ting to protect him no matter what. Even if they had to die, they could not let anything happen to Xian Yao. In the Death Mountain range, at the place where the Black Demon sect found the crystal mine. After the arrival of the 4 supreme elders to protect them, a large group of people arrived one after another. This group of people was extremely powerful. Each of the Black Demon sect elites dressed in black martial clothes rode on a flying spirit beast of the dark attribute, the Owl Eagle. The Owl Eagle was a kind of mutated spirit beast. It was a kind of strange spirit beast that was born from the mating of a black owl and a black wolf. They had the body of a wolf, but their faces were like that of an owl. They were born with a vicious temperament and liked to eat human flesh. Their combat power was also extremely abnormal. Each of them had the strength of a rank 5 peak. They were led by the Black Demon sect's 10,000-man Wolf Eagle secret guard. Each of them had extraordinary combat power, and in the central region, they were terrifying. On this trip, the Wolf Eagle secret guard sent out a total of 3,000 people. It was enough to show that the Black Eagle sect was determined to get this crystal mine, and they would not allow anyone to interfere. The deputy commander of the Wolf Eagle secret guard, Eagle King, was a low-level mystic emperor. He was riding on a rank 7 Owl Eagle King. He wore a set of black armor and held a black spear in his hand. He looked quite majestic. Eagle King looked like he was only middle-aged, but he had reached the emperor level. It was obvious that his cultivation of Tenbin was extraordinary. He brought 3,000 people to the crystal mine. Lady Yin, Leng Zheng, and 2 other low-level emperor-level experts immediately went up to meet them. Eagle King smiled and cupped his hands. "Elders, thank you for your hard work." He was obviously weaker than Lady Yin and Leng Zheng, but his attitude was indescribably arrogant. It was as if he did not put the 4 of them in his eyes. Other than Lady Yin's expression, the other 3 did not show any displeasure. Instead, they spoke to Eagle King politely with a hint of flattery. "And cut the crap. Immediately mine the crystals. When this matter is over, we will immediately go to Wind Cloud City to be guests." Eagle King said very heroically. It was as if he was the leader here, and the 4 elders were his subordinates. The 4 of them did not say much. After all, although they had the same strength as Eagle King's position in the sect was much higher than theirs. After all, Eagle King was one of the proud disciples of the sect master. With this identity, he could command them. "The sect is going to make a move on Wind Cloud City?" Lady Yin asked curiously. They had already discussed whether or not they should take over Wind Cloud City. They did not expect Eagle King to raise this matter with such certainty. Letting that brat collapse will only show the incompetence of our devil sect. Besides, I have already found out that the death of my disciple in the Imperial tournament a few years ago is related to that brat. I must pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Eagle King revealed a sinister and bloodthirsty expression as he spoke faintly. However, before he could go to Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao had already brought people to find him. Chapter 799. The Death Mountain range stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was a dangerous and mysterious mountain range in the central region. There were many dark attribute spirit beasts, and the number of high-level spirit beasts was several times that of other mountain ranges. Ordinary emperors did not dare to go deep into the mountains. If they were targeted by the high-level spirit beasts, they would be dead. Many martial artists were more active in the periphery, and few daring people would go deep into the mountains. However, on this day, in the depths of the mountains, it was very lively. 5 emperors, hundreds of celestial masters, and nearly 3,000 Earth Emperors of the Black Demon sect sealed off an area of 10,000 miles, and they were mining top-grade crystal mines under a barren mountain. After appraisal, the top-grade crystal mines here were conservatively complete, and the quantity was huge. This made the 5 emperors of the Black Demon sect extremely happy and excited. Although most of the crystal mines here had to be handed over to the sect, they would more or less gain a lot of benefits from managing this matter. Who was the one who discovered this crystal mine? This emperor will have to rely on him to fish it up, the Eagle King said with a wide grin. Leng Zheng was the first to speak. It's Gong Nan, but he has already been killed. The Eagle King furrowed his brows. What exactly is going on? Then, Leng Zheng explained what happened 3 days ago. Eagle King said angrily, "Who is so bold to kill people of the Black Demon sect? He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. This person also cultivates the dark attribute like us, and his strength is no less than mine and Lady Yin's. I guess he also discovered the crystal mine and wanted to take it for himself. He did not expect us to suddenly come, and that is why he was caught unprepared," Leng Zheng explained. He paused and wanted to say something else, but Lady Yin quietly glared at him and he swallowed his words. There is such a master, but he is not used by the Black Demon sect. What a pity. Even if he knows about the crystal mine, it is not a big deal. With us here, no one can stir up any trouble, Eagle King said confidently. He was the proud disciple of the Black Demon sect, and he was definitely not weak. Even if he faced a mid-level Xian emperor, he was confident that he would not be defeated. Now that he had 4 emperors by his side, he could not think of any force near the Death Mountain that would dare to provoke them. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, he discovered that there were many powerful auras rapidly approaching from nearby. Could it be that there really is a clown who dares to provoke us? The Eagle King narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. Needless to say, the newcomers were none other than Ling Xiao and his group. Young Master, it seems like the other side has also increased their manpower, Savage Leopard said beside Ling Xiao. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many people there are. The key is how to prevent them from doing something desperate, Ling Xiao replied softly. Young Master, don't worry. With me around, none of them will be able to destroy the crystal mine, Mad Tooth said. Yes, we have to end the battle as soon as possible. It's best if we can capture the other party's Emperor Stage expert alive. I'm of great use to him. Ling Xiao replied. A crazy idea popped up in Ling Xiao's mind. He wanted to capture the experts of the other side one by one and forge them into his personal army. At that time, no one would dare to challenge his authority. At this time, several celestial masters and dozens of earthly emperors outside the sealed area stopped in front of Ling Xiao and the others on their owls. A peak celestial master shouted, "Who else? This place has been sealed by the Black Demon sect. If you don't want to die." Before he could finish speaking, Mad Tooth waved his hand and a spatial force instantly smashed toward the group of people. That group of people was instantly killed by him in one move. With a gap of several levels, Mad Tooth killed these people as easily as crushing ants. A bunch of trash, Mad Tooth said lightly. The experts who followed Ling Xiao and the others were speechless when they saw this scene. This was the first time they had seen the terror of a peerless saint-level powerhouse. Many changes had quietly taken place in their hearts, and their loyalty had skyrocketed. They believed that with such a peerless powerhouse in charge, even the 18 major forces would not dare to provoke them at will. They were also glad to have chosen to join Ling Xiao's camp. As the people of the Black Demon sect in front of them were instantly killed by Mad Claw, the rest of the Black Demon sect also noticed the movement. At this time, Ling Xiao said, "Let's just wait here for them to come. If we fight over there, it will inevitably affect the crystal mine." That's right, let's wait for them to come. Savage Leopard smiled sinisterly. Ling Xiao said again, "Elder Lu, Elder Wu, the 2 of you take the others to surround and kill those small fries." Lu Kun and Wu Fu each led more than 30 celestial masters into 2 teams and headed toward the Black Demon sect's Wolf Eagle secret guards in the sealed area. Who dares to kill the people of our Black Demon sect? Quickly report your name. This emperor does not kill nameless people. The Eagle King rode the 7th-rank Wolf Cat Eagle King, along with Lady Yin, Ling Jing, 2 other emperor stage, and dozens of celestial masters rushed over. Lady Yin rode on the Black Wind Eagle and saw Savage Leopard 100 meters away at a glance. She could not help but exclaim, "It's him. It's the person who killed Gong Nan. Damn it, how dare he bring people to snatch the crystal mine? Does he really not care about the Black Demon Sect?" The Black Demon Sect was already ranked in the top 3 among the 18 major forces. Other than the Martial Spirit Pavilion and the Medicine Sect, they did not think that any other force would be so daring to provoke them. When Mad Tooth and Savage Leopard saw the people of the Black Demon Sect, a strong killing intent spread out. They could not wait to kill these people one by one. However, Ling Xiao stopped them at the first moment, so that they could not act rashly for the time being. "This is our territory. Shouldn't we be polite before resorting to force?" Ling Xiao's lips curled into an evil smile as he spoke. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was up to something again. Ling Xiao and the others approached 50 meters away from the Eagle King and stopped. Leng Zheng reminded the Eagle King, "Elder Eagle, the other party is very strong. 1 or 2 of their auras are faintly above us. We should not be impulsive." Where did this large number of experts come from? Could it be? The Eagle King's body trembled slightly, as if he had thought of a possibility. At this time, Ling Xiao said, "I am the City Lord of Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao. May I know why you are blocking our way?" The Eagle King secretly shouted in his heart, "It really is him." Then he revealed a somewhat arrogant expression and said, "So you are Ling Xiao. I did not expect that you would deliver yourself to me before I went looking for you." "Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you want to stay in my Wind Cloud City?" Ling Xiao said with a playful smile. "If you are so angry, do you know that we are elders of the Black Demon Sect? You actually dared to kill people of the Black Demon Sect. Do you want to start a war with the Black Demon Sect? I advise you to obediently surrender, lest the people of Wind Cloud City suffer." The Eagle King said with a very threatening tone. Leng Zheng, who was listening to the side, broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that the other party was strong, and yet he still dared to speak so arrogantly. Wasn't he just looking for death? Suddenly, Ling Xiao laughed out loud. "Ha! That was exactly what I wanted to say. I didn't expect you to say it first. You are really humorous. What do you want?" The Eagle King clenched his fist and said, if it was under normal circumstances, he would have immediately killed without saying a word. However, the other party came prepared. He had no choice but to temporarily hold his breath. He swore in his heart, "When the crystal mining is over, I will definitely flatten Wind Cloud City and cut off this kid's head to use as a urinal. I don't want to do anything. I heard from my elders that some things were found in front of us, but they were taken by your people. Now I want to get them back. I don't know if you have any objections?" Ling Xiao said casually. "Young master, why do you need to talk so much nonsense with them? Kill them and be done with it." Cruel Leopard could not wait to start the battle. "How dare you? I am the direct disciple of the Black Demon Sect. I am warning you in the name of the Black Demon Sect. Quickly retreat or else." The Eagle King held his spear and once again used his sex identity in an attempt to scare Ling Xiao and the others away. "It seems that we can't come to an agreement. Kill him for me," Ling Xiao said with a strange smile. Mad Tooth, Cruel Leopard, Song Minghua, Du Tai, Fong Qin, and Luo Yu all wanted to make a move but were stopped by Ling Xiao's hand gesture. They did not understand why Ling Xiao wanted them to make a move. Why did they stop him? In the next moment, they knew what was going on. Among the dozens of celestial venerables behind the Eagle King, Lady Yin, Leng Zheng, and the 2 low-level Xian Emperors, 2 high-level celestial venerables suddenly approached quietly from behind. Suddenly, the 2 of them exploded with a powerful aura at the same time. 2 weapons stabbed toward the Eagle King at the same time. This scene was too sudden and too strange. It was really impossible to guard against. "What are you doing?" Leng Zheng was the closest to the Eagle King. He noticed the situation immediately and did not hesitate to attack the 2 celestial venerables. Bang bang. Just as the two celestial venerables were about to assassinate the Eagle King, Leng Zheng sent them flying one step ahead. Looking at the large amount of blood that the two of them spat out, it seemed that they were already dead. What the hell is going on? The Eagle King was still in a state of confusion and asked loudly. These two were his wolf-eagle secret guards. Why did they suddenly want to assassinate him? Hee hee, you have some ability, but let me see how many you can kill. Ling Xiao revealed an incomparably evil smile and said lightly. Then, on the Black Eagle sect's side, another two celestial venerables exploded. However, their target this time was not the Eagle King. Instead, they attacked their fellow sect members beside them. Beside the two of them, a few celestial venerables were caught off guard and were instantly beheaded by the two of them. You're rebelling. Motherf asterisk cur, get rid of them. Whoever dares to rebel again will be killed without mercy. The Eagle King shouted angrily. He could not wrap his head around it. How could the loyal wolf-eagle secret guards of the Black Demon sect suddenly have a traitor? Lady Yin suddenly noticed the strange smile on Ling Xiao's face and screamed in horror, "It's him, it must be him." Chapter 800. Why didn't Ling Xiao order his men to kill them immediately? His purpose was, of course, to stall for time. When he was negotiating with Eagle King, he quietly placed a spiritual charm on the Black Demon sect's Wolf-Hawk secret guards, controlling their minds and making them turn against him. With Ling Xiao's spiritual power, he could already seriously injure the super experts above the Emperor stage. Anyone below the Emperor stage, as long as they didn't know how to defend against spiritual attacks, Ling Xiao could control them at any time. Such a heaven-defying method was really strange and terrifying. Lady Yin had lived for many years, and her knowledge was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Through her careful observation of Ling Xiao, she felt that this matter must be related to Ling Xiao. An inexplicable thought flashed in her mind. Could it be the soul-controlling technique that has disappeared for many years? The kind of demonic technique that only the Soul Clan can use? What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kill them all. The Eagle King was furious. He had never encountered such a strange thing since he started his cultivation. Now that he saw Lady Yin pointing at Ling Xiao, he was immediately overwhelmed by anger and wanted to attack Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao waved his hand lightly and said, "You can attack now. Remember, try to keep those above the Emperor stage alive." After saying that, he also summoned Xiao Jin. He didn't call out the prodigal. After all, the other party didn't need to use too many trump cards. He let Xiao Jin come out only to let him help a dozen celestial masters on his side to kill the celestial master experts on the other side. He himself sat behind the formation and watched quietly, controlling his spiritual power to stop the enemy at any time. In an instant, a series of terrifying attacks and explosions rang out in the sky. Boom boom boom. These terrible sounds of battle shocked all the birds and beasts in the surroundings and made them roar in panic. On Ling Zhao's side, Song Minghua was a high-tiered mystic the Arch. Du Tai, Cruel Leopard, Fong Chen, and Luo Yu were all middle-tiered mystic thearchs. On the other hand, the opposing side had 2 middle-tiered mystic thearchs and 3 low-tiered mystic thearchs. In terms of cultivation stages, Ling Zhao's side definitely had the upper hand. Moreover, Ling Xiao had sent out a low-level saint like the Mad Claw to hold the line. It was impossible for them to not be able to take down these people. Right now, Song Minghua was cooperating with Fong Chen and Luo Yu's spiritual beasts to resist the 5 opponents' spiritual beasts. After all, Du Tai and Cruel Leopard's spiritual beasts had already been killed and they hadn't had the time to find new spiritual beasts. Du Tai went against Lang Zheng while Savage Leopard went against Lady Yin. Fong Chen went against Eagle King while Luo Yu went against 2 low-tier mystic thearchs. All sorts of colorful world energies were constantly being deduced, completely enveloping the sky. Du Tai was a high-tiered artificer. His world energies were mainly based on various kinds of weapons. It seemed like countless weapons were for him to use, which looked rather mystical. He relied on Ling Zhao's supreme grade the Arch Elixir to advance. His strength was slightly inferior to Leng Zheng, but it wasn't a problem for him to withstand Leng Zheng's attacks. On Cruel Leopard's side, he used his high-grade Spirit Tier World energies to suppress Lady Yin. He also used the Devil Blade 8 styles crazily. It could be seen how deep his hatred for Lady Yin was. "You Tai Zi, no one is helping you now. Watch how this Tharch kills you." Cruel Leopard roared with a crazed expression. Lady Yin hurriedly parried, a look of panic on her face as she said, "Are you his disciple? Otherwise, how could you understand his world power, and how could you know me? Is he the one who was tricked by you from behind?" Cruel Leopard didn't explain but asked a question instead. "You really are related to him?" Lady Yin exclaimed as though she had seen a ghost. Her mind was in a mess and she didn't have the slightest intention to continue fighting. There was only one word in her mind: escape. How could Cruel Leopard not know her intentions? While attacking fiercely, he provoked her again. He, now you know he trusted you so much back then. I didn't expect you to seduce a man behind his back and betray him. Are you worthy of him?" Lady Yin's mind became more and more chaotic. The bloodthirsty face of the man from thousands of years ago kept appearing in her mind. Looking at Cruel Leopard now, it was as if she was looking at the same person. He is a heartless man. I seduced him in all kinds of ways, but he didn't want me. He actually wanted another woman. I can't accept this." Lady Yin shouted absent-mindedly as she retreated. Cruel Leopard seized the opportunity and said again, "You didn't expect it, right? I am actually the Demon Emperor, the heartless man you spoke of." What a good move. This was a plan to attack the heart. Cruel Leopard was worthy of being an old monster who had been reborn. His continuous verbal attacks made Lady Yin completely lose her composure. Now that he was close to Lady Yin, he suddenly attacked her with killing intent. Demonic Saber 8 forms. Demonic Saber severing emotion. With this saber, no matter what grudges there were between Cruel Leopard and Lady Yin, it was completely destroyed by this move. The terrifying demonic saber seemed to want to cut the sky in half. Its momentum seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Every move of the demonic saber 8 forms was actually not divided into first and last. The power of each move was different, but each move had great power and cold killing intent. Lady Yin was absent-minded first. Although she faced the move before it arrived, she was not prepared enough. The bone staff in her hand could not withstand a few blows before it was blasted away by Cruel Leopard's strong move. Losing her weapon, Lady Yin was like a tigress whose teeth had been pulled out. She was already at the mercy of others. "No, don't kill me." Lady Yin's old face revealed an incomparably panicked expression. Her old eyes widened as she cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, Cruel Leopard was already filled with killing intent. How could he show mercy? Demonic Saber severing emotion, Saber aura severing body. Lady Yin's body was cut in half by the demonic saber, and her head was separated from her body. The blood splattered on Cruel Leopard's face, but it did not make him feel any discomfort. Instead, it made him laugh even more crazily. "Ha! Damn you, this is the result of betraying this emperor." Cruel Leopard had suppressed his hatred for thousands of years. Now that he was able to kill one of them with his own hands, his heart was finally able to relax. On the other side, the low-level Eagle King was actually able to fight evenly with the middle-level Fong Chen. Eagle King's Wolf Eagle world power was able to suppress Fong Chen's ordinary world power. Moreover, his aura seemed to have increased several times, as if he had some secret technique to increase his combat strength. Luo Yu, who had been taken in by Ling Xiao not long ago, was fighting 1 against 2. She was not able to win immediately. She only had the upper hand, and it felt like she could not win for a long time. After all, Luo Yu and Fong Chen were both assassins who were good at sneak attacks. Their methods of frontal attacks were slightly inferior. As for the battles between the Empyrean-level experts, the number of people on Ling Zhao's side was clearly much smaller than the others. However, with Xiao Jin's participation, it could solve the urgent situation. Ling Zhao's omnipresent mental energy could make the Wolf Eagle Shadow Guards kill each other at any time, making the Wolf Eagle Shadow Guards guard the people around them, in case they were suddenly killed by their own people without knowing why. It was also because of this that the Empyreans on Ling Zhao's side had a lot more imposing aura. All of them were eager to perform well in front of Ling Xiao, and they were all going to kill their opponents with all their might. This was because the City Lord's mansion had already stated that every year, everyone in the City Lord's mansion would be evaluated. Whoever contributed the most would be able to obtain the corresponding cultivation pills and other high-level rewards. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, killing the enemy was the time to show their loyalty and make contributions. How could they not contribute? Mad Claw, who had been holding the line, had been observing the movements in all directions. At the same time, he was guarding beside Ling Xiao, ensuring Ling Zhao's safety. All right, let's not waste any more time. Mad Claw, you make your move. Ling Xiao knew that if this carried on, it would be hard to determine the victor in a short period of time. Finally, he let Mad Claw make his move. Mad Claw could not hold it in any longer. He nodded his head slightly and did not move much. 2 10 Millennium Cold Steel chains flew out from his sleeves. The 2 10 Millennium Cold Steel chains seemed to have eyes of their own as they flew towards the 2 low-level Mystic Thearchs that Luo Yu was fighting. The 2 low-level Mystic Thearchs were busy dealing with Luo Yu and did not have the time to pay attention to the 2 chains that were flying towards them. When they were bound by the 10 Millennium Cold Steel chains, they were shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late. A terrifying suction force pulled their bodies down to the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 terrifying crashing sounds rang out. The mountain that was a few hundred meters below them had been smashed into 2 deep pits by their bodies. Their bodies were already embedded in the belly of the mountain. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Saints did not make a move, but when they did, it was earth-shattering. 2 Thearch-ranked super experts could not even withstand a single blow. Luo Yu was still in a daze. She still did not know what had happened. Hurry up and capture the 2 of them. Ling Xiao hurriedly ordered. Only then did Luo Yu return to her senses. She hurriedly flew down. Mad Claw attacked Leng Zheng once again. This time, he did not use the same move. Instead, a huge palm seemed to pass through space, passing through Leng Zheng's Black Man-Eater Flower's world power. In an instant, it appeared in front of Leng Zheng. The palm print slammed towards Leng Zheng's chest. Leng Zheng's body was like a kite with a broken string as he flew far away. A mid-stage mystic the Arch had been defeated without any suspense. When Ling Xiao saw Mad Claw's 2 attacks, he sighed in his heart. A saint truly has the ability to transcend the heavens. I wonder when I will be able to reach that level. Eagle King, who was fighting with Fong Chen, just happened to see Leng Zheng being sent flying. His body and mind were both shocked. Fong Chen took the opportunity to unleash countless astral sword chi towards Eagle King. Clang clang clang. Fong Chen's sword astral landed on Eagle King's body but did not cause much damage. His black armor was obviously not an ordinary item. So it is this Thearcha's Dark Blood Guard armor. I did not expect that traitor to repair it and give it to you. But now, it is going to be returned to its original owner. Savage Leopard stared at the exposed defensive armor on Eagle King's body and muttered. This set of armor was a half-tier sage artifact. It was his personal armor back then. After he was betrayed and his physical body was destroyed, this armor naturally fell into the hands of the traitor. Just as Mad Claw was about to attack the Eagle King again, the Eagle King had already used his life-saving trump card. Chapter 801. As one of the true disciples of the sect master of the Black Demon sect, the Eagle King's strength was extraordinary, and he already had the combat power to fight above his level. However, in front of a peerless master who was several levels higher than him, it was still not enough. Moreover, the few Emperor stage masters around him were also injured one by one and lost their combat power. If he did not use his final trump card, he was afraid that he would face the fate of being captured and killed in the end. A jade tube appeared in his hand, and without thinking, he directly shattered the jade tube. His face revealed an incomparably sincere expression as he murmured, "Master, please help disciple kill the enemy." Master. Cruel Leopard and Mad Tooth could not help but call out softly. The Eagle King claimed to be the disciple of the sect master of the Black Demon sect. Who else could his disciple be other than the sect master of the Black Demon sect? This sect master of the Black Demon sect was the one who had betrayed Cruel Leopard. As the jade tube shattered, the world began to change color. In an instant, the vast sky was covered by jet-black darkness, as if the curtain of night had arrived at this moment. Violent gales started to blow in the surroundings, causing the air to become chaotic due to the devastation. Everyone's martial clothes started to flutter. All of them felt a terrifying pressure coming at them, causing them to feel a little breathless. "This is?" Ling Xiao frowned and murmured. Like everyone else, he also felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his heart. This terrible feeling was similar to the feeling he had when he first met Mad Tooth and when he first met Hua Qianzhong in the medicine sect. The first words that flashed through his mind were the 4 words, "Descent of a Saint." Only a peerless powerhouse above the saint level could cause such a strong sense of oppression. Otherwise, he could not think of anyone else who could cause such a terrible aura. As the darkness densely covered the area, the aura also became more and more terrifying. Every celestial master powerhouse could not help but fall from the sky. In the face of this pressure that even they could not withstand, how could they stand in the air? The spirit beasts also constantly let out unwilling roars, expressing their dissatisfaction. All of a sudden, a majestic shadow gradually formed in the sky. This illusory figure was slender and had a cold expression. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, but from the outside he looked even younger than the Eagle King. However, the aura of a leader was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Wherever his cold eyes swept across, it gave people the feeling of being stared at by a venomous snake, making people not dare to look at him directly. Beside Ling Xiao, Cruel Leopard's eyes turned red with anger. He clenched his fists tightly, and a raging fire of hatred spread out. His bloodlust was uncontrollable. "Traitor!" The savage leopard let out a roar. It really wanted to rush out and smash that figure into pieces, but Mad Tooth pressed down on its shoulder and said, "Don't be impulsive, his strength is unfathomable." That's right, the illusory figure in front of them was the sect leader of the Black Demon sect. No one knew his real name. Everyone called him Black Demon. There were 3 meanings behind the savage leopard's sect name. First, it was because their disciples mainly cultivated in the dark attribute. The attribute light was black, so it was named Black. Second, Cruel Leopard was called the Demon Emperor by others, so it was named Demon. The last meaning was only known by a few people, and that was because Cruel Leopard's only disciple was named Black Demon. At that time, Cruel Leopard thought that everything he had would be inherited by his only disciple in the future. The betrayal that Cruel Leopard kept talking about was actually his own disciple, the only disciple that he treated like his own son. A long-forgotten past appeared in Cruel Leopard's mind. In a civilian village, a child who was less than 10 years old was called Lonely Star of Evil. From the moment he was born, ominous things kept happening around him. First, his mother died in childbirth. Less than half a month after he was born, the poultry in his family also began to die one after another. At that time, no one cared too much about it. They thought that it was caused by a plague. But when he was 1 year old, his father died in an accident while hunting in the mountains. As he grew older, the relatives who had been taking care of him began to die one by one. There were 18 people in his family, but almost all of them died when he was less than 10 years old. What was even more bizarre was that after the death of his family, those who had contact with him also died inexplicably. Many things finally caused the villagers to speculate. Finally, the villagers unanimously decided that this child was Lonely Star of Evil. He was destined to be lonely for the rest of his life. Moreover, his destiny would also kill anyone who had any contact with him. Therefore, the villagers thought that he should be strangled in the cradle, lest he grow up and kill everyone in the village. Just when he was caught by the villagers and drowned in the pig cage, Cruel Leopard also happened to pass by the village. He looked down at the child being put into the pig cage. Until the moment when he was about to be thrown into the river, he did not show any strange expression. Even if he cried or made a noise, he did not show any emotion at all. It was as if he had already disregarded life and death, making people feel that the child must have already died of sorrow. At that time, Cruel Leopard was surprised by the child's expression, but he regarded human life as grass all his life, so of course he would not pity a child's life and save him. However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered something surprising. Not many years after the child was thrown into the river, dead fish began to appear in the river, and the river gradually turned pitch black, causing one to feel extremely strange. Cruel Leopard could not help but pay attention to such a strange phenomenon. In the end, he couldn't help but take a closer look. He used his power to forcefully isolate the river water and discovered that the child at the bottom of the river was safe and sound. There seemed to be a black light barrier protecting him, preventing him from drowning in the river water. The black energy emitted a corrosive power and drifted away in the river water. This was also the reason why the river water turned black and the fishes mysteriously died. Seeing this scene, Cruel Leopard's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew the true situation of this child. This child actually had the body of evil, a 100% dark attribute physique. In addition, it also contained the most domineering evil aura. It was an excellent physique for cultivating the dark attribute. Once he embarked on the path of cultivation, his future growth would definitely be limitless. Cruel Leopard himself was an expert who cultivated the dark attribute. At that time, he already had the strength of a peak heavenly venerable, only half a step away from stepping into the mystic emperor. He had long been qualified to accept disciples. Before this, he had never thought of accepting a disciple, but after seeing this child's physique, how could he bear it? He immediately rescued him and asked the child to become his disciple. From then on, that child followed by Cruel Leopard's side and was given the name Black Devil. This was because Cruel Leopard felt that this child was born to be a demon. He was born to kill. After Cruel Leopard saved this child, he released his heart and nurtured him into a talent. Black Devil also did not disappoint Cruel Leopard's expectations. The speed of his advancement was very fast, and his comprehension was extremely high. This made Cruel Leopard increasingly like him and treated Black Devil as his own son. However, Black Devil still betrayed him in the end. It was also because he had too high expectations of Black Devil and had always been too strict with him that he had a sense of hatred for Cruel Leopard since he was young. Just think about it. What kind of feeling would it be to let a child who was just 10 years old personally hold a knife to cut a living person's throat? What kind of scene would it be to let a child who was not even 12 years old face the siege of dozens of rank 2 spirit beasts alone? To let a child who had just been 15 years old assassinate a total of 48 people in a family? All of these were vented out by Black Devil when he betrayed Cruel Leopard back then. Because Cruel Leopard taught him the cold and murderous path of betrayal, it made him disregard any sentiments and kill Cruel Leopard to take his place. Of course, it was also because Black Demon was afraid that Savage Leopard would succeed in breaking through to the saint level and would always be above him, controlling his life. He had long been tired of the lifestyle arranged by Savage Leopard. He wanted to live his own path. Therefore, when Cruel Leopard broke through to the saint rank, he took the opportunity to launch an attack and completely killed Cruel Leopard. These secrets had always been suppressed in Cruel Leopard's heart. Originally, no one knew how he felt when he was betrayed by the person he trusted the most. It was such a heart-wrenching and unforgettable feeling. Back then, when Black Devil betrayed the Savage Leopard, he was already a high-stage mystic the Arch. His combat strength was just below the Savage Leopard's, and if he went all out, the Savage Leopard might not even be a match for Black Devil. Now that more than 5,000 years had passed, Black Devil had long stepped into the saint rank. As for which realm he had reached, Cruel Leopard did not know. The jade tube that Eagle King crushed had the life imprint of his master, Black Devil. It could allow Black Devil's divine sense to descend here to protect him and even help him kill his enemies. This was Eagle King's true reliance. A saint's divine sense was enough to kill anyone below the saint realm. As for whether or not it could deal with Mad Tooth, it would be clear later. Disciple pays his respects to master. Eagle King bowed deeply to Black Devil. After Black Devil's indifferent gaze swept across Eagle King's body, a dignified aura was emitted and he said, "Why do you need to alarm your master? If you can't give me a reason, you know the consequences." Eagle King's body and mind trembled. He immediately pointed at Ling Xiao and the others and said, "Master, they wanted to snatch the high-grade mysterious crystal lode that we discovered, and they even killed Elder Yin, Elder Leng. These elders. Now, this disciple is really unable to protect the crystal lode by myself, so I risked my life to ask Master for help. Please take a look, Master." Eagle King knew his master's temper. If he was even the slightest bit dissatisfied, his own head might fall to the ground. Black Devil's gaze landed on Ling Xiao and the others, and finally landed on Mad Tooth. His cold eyes revealed a hint of emotion, and he faintly said, "May I ask if you are Martial Uncle Mad Tooth?" Mad Tooth took a step forward, and his aura spread out as he coldly snorted, "I don't dare to call you Martial Uncle." Chapter 802. Back then, when Black Demon was accepted as a disciple by Savage Leopard, Mad Tooth and Savage Leopard were still together, so Black Demon had a deep impression of Mad Tooth. Later on, after Black Demon succeeded in usurping the throne, he went into seclusion to break through to the saint rank. He also remembered this martial uncle who had once been a close friend of his master. At that time, Mad Tooth sealed himself in the demon sealing formation and cultivated the Mad Demon art. Black Demon also wanted to eliminate any possibility of revenge, so he fed Mad Tooth the magical beast pill, wanting Mad Tooth to completely become an irrational half-beastman. However, Mad Tooth was able to borrow this demonic energy and combine it with the Mad Demon art to become a saint. This was probably an unexpected situation for Black Demon. The Blackwater sect had been destroyed, and Lady Yin had also told Black Demon about Mad Tooth's escape. Thus, he was not too surprised to see Mad Tooth. Perhaps he did not put Mad Tooth in his eyes at all. Back then, Black Demon had gone crazy. Not only had he betrayed Savage Leopard, he had also almost sealed him in the demon sealing formation. This hatred was not inferior to Savage Leopard at all. He also wanted to hack Black Demon, this disobedient son, into 1,000 pieces. Black Demon did not take Mad Tooth's angry words seriously. He was only here with his spiritual will, so he could not hold on for too long. Thus, he said quickly, "Martial Uncle, what happened back then was my fault. If you are willing to return to the demon sect, I will make you the sect protector supreme elder and control the power of life and death in the sect." When Eagle King heard Black Demon's words, he was shocked. How could he have thought that this peerless saint in front of him would actually be his martial uncle? He didn't know much about what had happened in the past. He only muttered in his heart, "This isn't the Dragon King temple being washed away by a flood. I don't know my own people anymore." However, it seems like Master and Martial Uncle have some conflicts. No wonder Martial Uncle wants to attack our people. Ah, that sounds good, but how could I believe the words of a despicable person like you? Back then, you could even kill your master, so what else can't you do? Now, I will destroy your divine will and kill your disciple to vent my anger. I will settle the score with you in the future. Mad Tooth revealed a maniacal laugh. His eyes instantly turned red with anger, and his hair instantly grew a lot longer. Mad Demon art, Mad Multitude. Countless strands of hair that were like sharp needles instantly pierced towards Black Devil's shadow, and their speed was countless times faster than an Emperor-class expert's attack. This stinger was like a hornet. Once hit, no matter who it was, they would be riddled with holes and die. Martial Uncle, you're too impulsive. It's not easy for you to obtain your strength, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then I won't care about your feelings. Black Demon said faintly as he raised a palm. Suddenly, the palm pressed down on a black screen, and countless tentacles entangled like cockroaches. The black tentacles had a strong corrosive nature as they wrapped around the countless strands of hair. The two different powers began to interweave with each other, and the energy they emitted seemed to be able to destroy the space around them. Ling Xiao and the others quickly retreated. The battle between saints was too shocking, and they would perish here if they were the slightest bit careless. Although Mad Tooth's hair was sharp, Black Devil's baleful dark tentacles were even more terrifying. They directly corroded Mad Tooth's hair, and the tentacles were much more powerful. They wriggled incessantly and attacked Mad Tooth. In just an instant, the space around them seemed to be covered with countless tentacles, and it seemed like they wanted to tie Mad Tooth up and kill him. Mad Tooth naturally wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. He threw out countless punches with his bare hands, and every punch was like the sudden appearance of a mad demon. They directly devoured and exploded those tentacles. "You have some ability, but it's still not enough," Black Devil murmured as he slapped his palm down again. A black space instantly came crashing down on him, and its power was extraordinary. Mad Tooth raised his leg and kicked it, and a similarly black elemental energy surged forward. Rumble! The two powerful energies collided, causing a huge impact in midair. Countless dark energy splattered, and the creatures below were instantly corroded and lost their vitality. After the two attacks collided, Mad Tooth was blasted back thousands of miles. Moreover, there was a wave of baleful dark energy that coiled around his feet like maggots, instantly corroding the bottom of his pants. Baleful dark energy. Mad Tooth's expression changed, and he cried out in alarm. He poured his power into his feet and dispersed the baleful dark energy. This kind of energy was unique to Black Devil, and it was dozens of times more powerful than the corrosive dark energy. If he didn't have the ability to expel it, his entire body would soon be corroded. If it was a martial artist below the saint level, they might not be able to expel Black Devil's baleful dark energy, but Mad Tooth could do it. After all, Black Devil had only come with his divine sense and not his true body, so his strength was greatly reduced. However, while Mad Tooth was distracted, Black Devil sneered and attacked again. Similarly, he flipped his palm down, and a large amount of spatial energy followed, and the baleful dark energy surged endlessly. Mad Tooth was shocked, and he hurriedly pushed out with his palms, and the two peerless Mad Devils roared at the same time. For a time, the two of them began to fight again. Spatial energy continuously collapsed, and the vast and majestic power caused the people and spirit beasts in the surroundings to tremble in fear. Martial artists who had reached the Emperor level and above all widened their eyes as they watched this battle. This was a great enlightenment for them. Martial artists who had reached the saint level had to understand how to use spatial energy. They could cross tens of thousands of miles in a single move, and they could destroy heaven and earth with a single move. They had unparalleled power. Although the elemental energy of every martial artist was different, the essence of spatial energy was the same. Ling Xiao was also immersed in the battle. His comprehension had always been excellent, and every time he saw a saint-level martial artist attack, he would have a different feeling. He would always have a vague understanding in his heart, and he would always grasp it at the moment, but he couldn't. "Young master, please save Mad Tooth." Savage Leopard bit his lips and said to Ling Xiao. Savage Leopard had long been suppressing a ball of rage in his heart, but Mad Tooth had patted him a few times before the battle to calm him down. It wasn't good for him to expose his identity now, or else Black Devil would definitely kill him at all costs. He suppressed his impulsive emotions, and a complicated feeling welled up in his heart as he looked at his most familiar yet most unfamiliar disciple. He didn't expect that in just a few thousand years, his disciple had already reached such a terrifying step. He could fight Mad Tooth with just a strand of his divine sense, and he even had the upper hand, forcing Mad Tooth into a difficult situation. Savage Leopard was worried about Mad Tooth's safety, and he had no choice but to ask Ling Xiao for help. Ling Xiao's strength was naturally not enough to deal with Black Devil, but Savage Leopard knew that his young master had many unexpected trump cards, and he had the ability to help Mad Tooth. It was also at this time that Black Devil realized that he couldn't hold on for much longer. He slightly combined his palms to form a mysterious hand seal, and a large amount of spiritual energy in the vicinity was instantly sucked out. A terrifying black dot emitted a dense and terrifying energy. The people who were far away all felt the terror of this move, and their expressions became incomparably ugly. It was as if they felt that if this move was blasted towards them, they would definitely die without a corpse. "Uncle Master, that's all for now. I'll send you to see my beloved master. I'm sure you'll want to reunite sooner," Black Demon said faintly. The black dot between his palms blasted towards Mad Tooth. The moment this black dot left his hands, it immediately became bigger, and like a heavenly dog eating the moon, a round black moon smashed towards Mad Tooth. Mad Tooth was shocked once again. His crazed demon art was at its most insane state at this moment. His appearance was almost like that of a demon. His body surged several times, and his palms blasted out with all the strength in his body in an attempt to block Black Demon's attack. Unfortunately, his power was instantly drowned by the Black Moon, and it blasted towards his direction. "It's over!" Mad Tooth's forehead was already dripping with sweat in the face of this huge power. He no longer had time to dodge. The power was too fast and too fierce. Just as the Black Moon was about to drown Mad Tooth, a rapid fiery energy rushed out from a direction. Rumble! The powerful fiery impact instantly blasted the Black Moon to the side, and it exploded. Black Hawk frowned and looked at the person who suddenly came out. He didn't expect that there would be someone who could block his killer move at this time. How many people in the central region could touch him? Could it be that there were some old monsters who lived in seclusion? What he saw was a middle-aged man who was as tall as a tower, and his tiger strides were especially domineering. Who else could this middle-aged man be other than the human form of the Earth Flaming Tiger? Ling Xiao summoned him in time. He didn't want to see Mad Tooth being destroyed by Black Devil. "Loser, step aside. Watch this Tiger Lord destroy him." The Earth Flaming Tiger glanced at Mad Tooth and said. Then he flew towards Black Devil like an arrow and punched out. A huge ferocious tiger smashed down on Black Devil. This time, it was Black Devil's turn to be moved. He clearly felt that the person in front of him wasn't a real human, but an 8th-grade spirit beast in human form. Moreover, the power of this punch was more than 10 times stronger than Mad Tooth's. It's a mid-tier 8th-grade spirit beast. Black Devil immediately came to a conclusion. Without thinking, he immediately slapped his palm towards the ferocious tiger fist. The power of the fist and palm collided, and countless energies splattered out again, shaking the heaven and earth. This time, it was Black Devil who retreated. At the same time, his condensed phantom image became a little weaker. It was clear how much damage the Earth Flaming Tiger had caused, and Black Devil's spiritual force was also greatly consumed. "Can't even withstand a single blow." The Earth Flaming Tiger said disdainfully and continued to smash towards Black Devil. Black Devil blocked a few moves, and the condensed power became thinner. He knew that it would be difficult for him to do anything this time. "Count yourself lucky. When my true body arrives, I will definitely destroy all of you," Black Devil said faintly. Then, the last bit of energy swept towards the Eagle King. He pulled the Eagle King and quickly escaped with the help of spatial energy. Chapter 803. Following the retreat of the Black Devil, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The might of a saint wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Savage Leopard flew to Mad Tooth's side and asked with concern, "Is Mad Tooth all right?" Mad Tooth was in a sorry state. The clothes on his body had been corroded by the dark baleful qi, and several parts of his flesh had shrunk and turned black. Mad Tooth shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious. The dark baleful qi is too terrifying. If his true body came here, I'm afraid," he did not continue, but he had already admitted that the strength of the Black Devil was beyond his expectations. Just a strand of his divine will had already forced him into such a sorry state. If not for the Earth Flame Tiger, he would have already been killed. It could be seen that the Black Devil's true strength was at least at the middle stage of the Saint Realm. It was unknown whether he had reached the high stage of the Saint Realm or higher. This traitor has really grown to this extent. I'm afraid it won't be easy to take revenge. Savage Leopard sighed heavily. He knew about the Black Devil's tenbin. Although he was not far from his original peak strength, he was still far from being able to catch up to the Black Devil. He felt powerless in his heart. The gap in tenbin could be made up for with effort, but there was a gap in tenbin and time. What could be used to make up for it? After all, the Black Devil's strength was countless times stronger than his. "We can't do it, but we still have Young Master. Young Master's tenbin and opportunities are even stronger than his. Now, there aren't many people below the Emperor stage who can threaten Young Master. Perhaps it won't be long before he can surpass us old people." Mad Tooth looked at Ling Xiao and said with hope, He knew that the only person who could fight against the Black Devil was the young master. Savage Leopard nodded lightly and said, "That's right. I've followed young master all these years and watched him reach his current strength step by step. It's really enviable." At this time, Ling Xiao flew over. He looked at Mad Tooth and asked him a few questions out of concern. Seeing that Mad Tooth was fine, he relaxed. "All of you, spread out and see if there are any survivors of the Black Demon sect. Don't let any of them go," Ling Xiao said to the celestial masters who had followed him. Then, he turned to Mad Tooth and said, "Mad Tooth, bring the Divine Fraud and the others here. Savage Leopard, take us to the location of the crystal mine. Don't let them destroy it." The main masters of the Black Demon sect had been forced to retreat. But there were still some people of the Black Demon sect in the crystal mine. Ling Xiao was worried that they would destroy the crystal mine if they couldn't get their hands on it. Everyone split up. Mad Tooth went to pick them up, while Savage Leopard led Ling Xiao to the crystal mine. He went to the crystal mine and found many people of the Black Demon sect there. They seemed to be waiting for the triumphant return of Eagle King and the others. Ling Xiao and the others did not say anything. They immediately killed these people one by one. The warriors in the crystal mine did not know what was going on. Ling Xiao quietly cast a middle-level spirit curse to control them. Ling Xiao did not want to waste these free labor. He was also afraid that they would destroy the crystal mine. Casting a middle-level spirit curse consumed less energy than a high-level spirit curse. It was also much easier. Fortunately, someone has set up a barrier here. They did not notice the situation outside. Otherwise, the crystal mine would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao controlled many people inside and let them kill each other for a while. He could not help but sigh. This place had been isolated from the outside world. They were not affected by the outside world. This also prevented them from knowing about the amazing changes outside. Otherwise, they would have already escaped or destroyed the crystal mine. After some twists and turns, Ling Xiao and the others finally mastered the crystal mine. Ling Xiao ordered the people inside to come out and personally walked into the crystal mine to take a look. He looked at the glittering top-grade mysterious crystals embedded in the rock walls. He was excited. Over the years, he had killed and robbed many experts of their interspatial rings. He had a lot of money on him. Looking at the crystal mine now, he realized that his mysterious crystals were just the tip of the iceberg. They were not worth mentioning. "It seems that the heavens are helping me achieve great things," Ling Xiao said excitedly. With the mysterious crystals in the crystal mine, he could recruit more soldiers and expand his forces. Would he still need to worry about achieving great things? Ling Xiao let the people of the Black Demon sect under his control continue to mine for him. At the same time, he began his plan to build the guards. Leng Zheng and the other two low-level emperors who were captured were now half dead. Their powers were also sealed. They were now at the mercy of others and had no ability to resist. Ling Zhao's mental power could not easily control martial artists of a higher level than him for the time being. However, it was different when they were seriously injured. Their soul power was at its weakest. Controlling them now was as easy as blowing off dust. Of course, Ling Xiao had to reward the three emperors with high-level mental spells. After subduing the three of them, Mad Tooth brought Xian Yao and the others over. Xian Yao did not land to meet Ling Xiao immediately. Instead, he took out a small round mirror and began to observe the surrounding mountains. His expression changed several times. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and flew to Xian Yao's side. He asked, "Fraud, what did you find?" Xian Yao put away the small mirror and laughed, It's really effortless. This is the land of great fortune. The place where we want to build our sect is here." Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why do you say that?" Xian Yao pointed to a mountain and said, "Young master, do you find anything special about these mountains?" Ling Xiao carefully observed and found that these mountains were indeed the most majestic in the vicinity. However, he did not find anything special about them. After looking at it a few times, his expression changed slightly. Looking at each of them individually, they look like ordinary mountains, but when you look at them together, they are like bowls that rise and fall like the back of a dragon, and the tallest one is like the head of a dragon, with a bit of power that can reach the heavens. It is indeed a bit wonderful. The surrounding trees are lush and the scenery is excellent, but only this area is barren. It is really thought-provoking. Xian Yao gently waved his white paper fan and smiled. Young master is really smart. With just a few glances, you can see the beauty of this place. I think you are more suitable to be my fraud. After making a joke, he said, these mountains are indeed shaped like dragons, but look at the flat land on both sides of these mountains. Don't you think that these two pieces of land are like wings on the back of a dragon? Don't keep me in suspense. If you have something to say, say it. Ling Xiao said anxiously. The terrain here has the power of a flying dragon in the sky. It is a rare land of fortune. The reason why this place is able to form crystal mines is because of this dragon-shaped aura. It can accumulate a large amount of the essence of the sun and moon. If I'm not mistaken, the amount of crystal mines beneath this mountain range is definitely shocking, said Xian Yao seriously. Didn't you say that there might be a crystal mine within a radius of several thousand miles? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. This is a dragon vein, and what we've dug up now is just a little bit of the crystal mine at the edge. As we go deeper, there will definitely be even more crystal mines at the bottom of the mountain. I suggest that young master only excavate the crystal mine here and not this place. Once the dragon vein is damaged, it will affect the layout of this place, Xian Yao replied confidently. My God, fraud, you're not joking, right? Ling Xiao licked his thick lips and said, if there were crystal mines around here, once they were all excavated, how much wealth would there be? How many cultivation resources would there be to squander? How could I joke about this? All the major powers will look for immortal mountains to build their sections. They not only want their juniors to cultivate faster, but they also want to borrow the luck of that place to allow their sects to survive for a long time. Now that we have occupied the terrain of a flying dragon to build our sect, the luck between young master and the sect will definitely be incomparably dense. It will definitely be easy for us to become one of the 18 major powers. Young master, if you gather the power of a sect, you will definitely soar to the sky like this terrain. Xian Yao explained with certainty. His eyes flashed with a bright light, as if he could already see the rise of a new major power. Is this place really that good? Ling Xiao still had some doubts, but in his heart he was already secretly delighted. If it was really as good as Xian Yao said, he would naturally choose to build his sect here. However, he was worried that there were many powerful spirit beasts around. If they didn't want their territory to be occupied, it would not be so easy for them to occupy this place. Of course, I didn't expect to find this earth vein on my first trip here. The heavens are truly blessing the young master. Young master is destined to achieve great things. Xian Yao said with a hint of congratulation in his voice. The reason why he let Ling Xiao develop in Wind Cloud City was because he had a premonition that there would be a great opportunity here. At the same time, there was a great sense of oppression, which was in line with Ling Xiao's personality of facing difficulties head-on. Now that Wind Cloud City had been built and had experienced many storms, it had become stable. As long as he built a force here, he would be able to form a situation where he could compete with the Black Demon sect. If he wanted to survive, he must continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would only be on the road to destruction. Xian Yao didn't expect that there would be such an amazing terrain in the Death Mountain range. It was inevitable that Ling Xiao would become the leader of a new generation of major powers in the future. Ling Xiao's growth and strength would also mean that Xian Yao's luck would be greater. He would also chase after Ling Xiao further. If he chose the wrong person, his achievements would be limited. If he chose the right person, his future would be limitless. This was his destiny to become the divine Jizi and assist the Holy Emperor. All right, I'll believe you this time. Don't touch the crystal mine under this mountain range. I'll use this place as the sect's location to achieve my, Ling Xiao's, hegemony. Ling Xiao looked at the majestic mountains below and immediately responded with lofty sentiments. Don't worry, young master. I definitely won't make a mistake. With the suppression of this dragon vein, the sect's luck will be like the sky. Young master will also have a great influence and achieve supreme prestige. Xian Yao affirmed once again. Then he said, "This is not the right time. Quickly let them seal off this area, then summon people to build the main palace." After that, Xian Yao hurried down and informed the others to seal off the area. Chapter 804. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Yao's hurried figure and thought to himself, with a brother like this, there's no need to worry about not succeeding. Ever since he and Xian Yao got to know each other, the two of them were like brothers. He knew that Xian Yao knew the secrets of the heavens and could foresee things like a god. He was destined to be extraordinary. Now that Xian Yao was willing to help him, it really helped him reduce a lot of unnecessary worries and also helped him share a lot of burden. If not for Xian Yao's help, he really wouldn't have been able to succeed so quickly. Ling Xiao was very grateful to Xian Yao and decided that he definitely wouldn't mistreat Xian Yao in the future. Ling Xiao listened to Xian Yao's suggestion and ordered people to only excavate the outer section of the crystal mine. All the nearby terrain was not allowed to be touched. He announced that he would establish his sect here. When Ling Xiao announced that he would disappear, many people who followed Ling Xiao were pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao's reputation was already enough. As long as he established his sect, they would have enough confidence to roam the central region. The location of his power had already been chosen. Ling Xiao could only temporarily postpone his plan to kill Sha Tian and the Gu family. After all, the Black Devils had just retreated. If they led a large army to attack the border, it would be terrible. He had to stay here to take care of the situation. While everyone was anxiously working on various matters, Ling Xiao was the one who had the most free time. At this time, the prodigal requested to come out of the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao naturally let him out. "Zizai, you advanced again?" Ling Xiao looked at the prodigal in surprise. He had been with the prodigal for a long time. Every time the prodigal advanced, there would be some changes. Now, Ling Xiao also felt that the prodigal was slightly different from the time at the Lake of Sky Despair. He immediately confirmed that the prodigal had advanced again. The prodigal scratched the back of his head and smiled. "Yes, boss, you're really accurate. F***CK, how long has it been since you advanced, and now you've advanced another level? Are you trying to let people live?" Ling Xiao cried out in shock. At the Jianghu extremity, the prodigal was already at the peak of the 7th level intermediate stage. Now, he had already reached the 7th level advanced stage. This speed made Ling Xiao speechless. He had always known that the prodigal's advancement speed was relatively slow, but now it was so fast that it made people speechless. The prodigal replied, "The power of the heavenly fire I absorbed is very strong, and it has already allowed me to reach the boundary. Furthermore, I've eaten quite a lot of essence qi recently, so it's only natural for me to break through." Previously, the prodigal had absorbed 1/3 of the golden rending dark pearl's energy. Both of them were of the same origin energy, allowing it to reach the peak of the 7th level intermediate stage. Furthermore, he had eaten quite a number of beast cores, so his advancement was a matter of course. At its current stage, if it wanted to step into the Tier 8 realm, it would not take such a short period of time if there were no other opportunities. "It's a good thing that you've become stronger. Boss, life is in your hands now," Ling Xiao said jokingly. To be honest, all these years, the prodigal had already helped him a lot since he was in Meteorite City. The stronger the prodigal was, the happier he was from the bottom of his heart. The prodigal revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "Boss, I might have to leave you again." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to return to the desolate mountain range?" The desolate mountain range was the prodigal's territory, which was why Ling Xiao asked this. The prodigal shook his head and said, "No, I have a mission for my clan that I must complete. Now that my strength has reached the requirements, it's time for me to leave and complete my mission." "Mission? Do you need boss's help?" Ling Xiao didn't interrogate the prodigal. He only asked the prodigal as a boss. Now, he was naturally reluctant to let the prodigal leave. He and the prodigal had many years of brotherhood, which was not something that anyone could understand. Moreover, the Black Demon sect could attack at any time. If the prodigal left, the flaming earth tiger would follow him, and he would lose a strong support. This was what Ling Xiao could not help but worry about. The prodigal shook his head and said, "Boss, you've already helped me a lot. If not for following you, I would not have grown so quickly. This time, this is a matter of the Qilin celestial clan, and no humans or beasts are allowed to interfere." Ling Xiao saw the prodigal's determined expression and did not try to persuade him any further. He immediately encouraged him, "Zizai, no matter where you are, boss will always be your boss. If you encounter something that you can't handle, remember to call boss. Although boss isn't strong, he can still help you avoid some trouble." "Thank you, boss. This farewell might take a long time, so you have to take care. In the future, when I complete my mission, I will definitely come back to find you," the prodigal said. His eyes revealed an unprecedented fierceness, as if indicating that his mission was not that simple. "And you have to work hard. Boss has always been invincible since he started his career. You can't weaken boss' reputation and embarrass boss. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao also noticed the prodigal's strange behavior and immediately said this to provoke him. The prodigal nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, boss. I definitely won't lose face for you." Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. He heavily patted the prodigal's shoulder. There was no need to say anything more. Then, Ling Xiao summoned the Dragon Lady and Xiao Jin to send the prodigal and the Flaming Earth Tiger off together. Looking at the prodigal gradually getting further away, Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. After this farewell, he did not know when he would be able to see him again. Ling Xiao found a corner and lay down on a huge tree. He took out a jar of wine and started drinking by himself. Ling Xiao sighed and said softly, "The two of us drink together, the mountain flowers bloom, one cup after another. I am drunk and want to sleep, but I have nowhere to go. Tomorrow I will come with my zither." This was Li Shixian's poem, Drinking Together in the Mountains, which happened to describe Ling Xiao's current mood. It was a pity that the prodigal had gone far away and would not appear the next day. Ling Xiao drank by himself and unknowingly drank a little too much. He leaned against the tree and gradually fell asleep. The next day, after Ling Xiao woke up, his mental state had once again recovered. He was not a sentimental person. Otherwise, he would not be able to pull himself together after every separation. It was not that he did not have a conscience, but he knew how to hide this kind of emotional sadness in the bottom of his heart and make himself incomparably strong. It was peaceful for a month. No one came to disturb Ling Xiao and the rest to dig the crystal mine, and no spirit beasts came to cause trouble for no reason. Ling Xiao got thousands of people to work at the same time. After a month of digging, the number of high-grade mystic crystals they had obtained was already billions. This number had already reached a shocking level. Mystic crystals were divided into low, medium, and high grades. Each grade was equivalent to 100 times the next grade. These billions of high-grade mystic crystals were all high-grade mystic crystals. If they were converted into medium or low-grade mystic crystals, how much would it be? Ling Xiao could not even close his mouth. Of course, he kept most of the high-grade mystic crystals. This was the foundation for establishing a force. At the same time, he distributed a portion of the rewards to all the subordinates who participated. Ling Xiao won a lot of loyalty from his followers with this clear method of rewarding them. At the same time, Xian Yao had been surveying the surrounding terrain for a month. At the same time, he seemed to be setting up some kind of formation. From what Ling Xiao heard, it seemed that he wanted to consolidate this place first. He could not let the power of the flying dragon leak out. Ling Xiao knew nothing about this, so he let him do as he pleased. In any case, he trusted Xian Yao. "Young master, now that everything has been prepared, we can already start building the main palace. But before that, we have to ask Elder Han to come," Xian Yao said to Ling Xiao. "Why do we need to disturb Elder Han?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Any large force will have restrictions isolating the location of their sects to prevent outside enemies from attacking. Elder Han and Mad Tooth are both saints, so they have shocking power. I want them to seal off this area and hide it from the eyes of ordinary warriors. This way, it will not be easy for others to find the location of our sect, unless they have the strength of Elder Han or Mad Tooth. Xian Yao explained. Ling Zhao's mind lit up. Yes, he had been to the Feng clan and the medicine sect. These two great forces were isolated in an unknown area. If they wanted to enter or leave, they had to use a transmission formation. Now that he wanted to establish his force, it would be best if he could not expose the location of his force. Now that he heard Xianyao mention it, he noticed this matter. Without another word, Ling Xiao immediately arranged for Wu Fu to return to Wind Cloud City to ask for Elder Han's help. Thinking about what he had promised Elder Han, he felt a bit guilty that he had not done so. Han Kai and Wu Fu arrived in less than half a day. Ling Xiao made it short and conveyed Xianyao's message to Han Kai. Han Kai replied, "Constructing a space world does not rely solely on manpower. It also requires space stones as a foundation to make the space permanent." Space stones? The main material used to refine space rings? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, the area we need to enclose is not small. Without a large number of space stones, there is no way to seal it, Han Kai nodded. Ling Xiao was in a bit of a dilemma. Space stones were rare and now he needed a large number of them. Where should he go to find them? Han Kai saw Ling Xiao's dilemma and immediately said, "I know of a place that produces space stones, but it is within the sphere of influence of the sword-splitting sect and Spirit Night Palace." Ling Xiao asked impatiently, "Where is it? Even if it is a dragon's den, I will go there." He was not even afraid of the Black Demon sect and the Medicine sect, so why would he be afraid of the sword-splitting sect and Spirit Night Palace? Elder Han said, "It is in the 1,000 Broken Mountain Range, which is as famous as the Death Mountain Range. However, after many years of excavation, I don't know how many of them there are. I think the fastest way is to buy from either of the two sections. Perhaps it would be more practical, but the amount of black crystals needed would certainly not be small." Why does the 1,000 Broken Mountain Range sound so familiar? Ling Xiao was deeply puzzled. Chapter 805. Xianyao said, "Young master doesn't remember. Poison Scorpion, Solitary Eagle, Jianghu, they are still training there. I wonder how they are doing now." Ling Xiao remembered the loyal subordinates who had followed him from the northwest to the central region. He revealed a look of longing and said, "That's right, how could I forget about them? They really deserve to die." Ling Xiao complained to himself and said, "Fraud, we are in need of people now. Can we summon them back in advance?" Back then, Xianyao arranged for them to train in the 1,000 Broken Mountain Range. He wanted them to become independent experts so that they could better assist Ling Xiao in the future. At that time, Xianyao had set a 10-year agreement with them. Now that more than half of the time had passed, Ling Xiao had already reached the point where he could establish his own sect. He already had many capable experts by his side, which made Ling Xiao and Xianyao ignore their existence. Xianyao pondered for a moment and said, "When I set a 10-year agreement with them, I felt that young master might not be able to lay down a foundation within 10 years. Now that Ling Xiao has the ability to dominate a region, it is indeed possible to summon them back." "That's good. Now that we need spatial stones, we can go and find them along the way," Ling Xiao said excitedly. Poison Scorpion, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Cold Snake, Wei Dai, and the 8 generals were all very important to Ling Xiao. They were the most loyal people who followed him, and no one else could replace them. Although their strength was not worth mentioning compared to the people around him, Ling Xiao would not give up on them because of this. "Young master, you can't go personally this time. If you have to go personally for everything, how many things will you be busy with?" Xianyao saw that Ling Xiao wanted to go personally, so he immediately tried to persuade him. It wouldn't be long before Ling Xiao became a sect master and could be considered a person with status. How could he go personally for everything? What was the use of recruiting people? "You're right. Who should I send to do this? We can't afford to make any mistakes." Ling Xiao retorted. He did want to welcome them back personally, but Xianyao was right. Moreover, he had already provoked enough enemies. If he didn't stay here, it would be hard to avoid other troubles. Elder Han and Mad Tooth shouldn't be known to others for the time being. Only with such a strong enemy would they be able to catch them off guard. "Just let Yunfeng handle this matter," Xianyao said. "But Yunfeng has returned to Yi Clan City and he hasn't disappeared yet." Ling Xiao replied. At this time, Han Kai said from the side, "That brat has already returned a few days ago, but he still doesn't know that you are here." Ling Xiao clasped his hands together and said, "He came back just in time. With him taking care of this matter, I can rest assured." If Xian Yao was Ling Zhao's brain, then Yi Yunfeng was Ling Zhao's right-hand man. Now that Yi Yunfeng's strength had improved a lot, it was time for him to take charge. That day, Ling Xiao and Han Kai returned to Wind Cloud City. Ling Xiao immediately sent for Yi Yunfeng. "Yunfeng, did your trip go smoothly?" When Ling Xiao saw Yi Yunfeng, he immediately asked with concern. Yi Yunfeng planned to move the Yi clan to Wind Cloud City to settle down. This decision made Ling Xiao feel very comforted. Yi Yunfeng's actions undoubtedly meant that he planned to place everything in the family on him. Yi Yunfeng revealed an embarrassed expression and knelt down towards Ling Xiao on one knee. "Boss? I've let you down." Ling Xiao went forward to help him up and said, "Why do you say that?" Yi Yunfeng sighed softly. "There are some stubborn old people in the family who didn't listen to my advice. They said that Yi Clan City is the foundation of the Yi Clan and that it is the territory that our ancestors occupied. We must not abandon it, so," Ling Xiao chuckled, "so it's because of this. You don't have to worry too much about it. Their choice is also right. Let them develop where they are." Ling Xiao didn't care if the Yi Clan came or not. As long as Yi Yunfeng was still loyal to him, he wouldn't treat him unfairly. It's their loss that they're unwilling to follow young master. Yi Yunfeng said with some indignation. He then said, "But my family has come with me. Little sister has been nagging about when she can see you." A beautiful figure appeared in Ling Xiao's mind, but the impression was not very deep. Ling Xiao sighed, "Yes, I haven't seen her in a long time." He then changed the topic. "I called you here because I have something I want you to do." When Yi Yunfeng heard that Ling Xiao wanted him to do something, he immediately became spirited. He immediately patted his chest and replied, "Boss, speak." Yi Yunfeng swears to complete the task. "I want you to go to the Broken Sword sect or Ling Xiaoxiao to purchase a batch of space stones. Also, go to the Broken Thousand Mountain Range and bring back Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, and the others. They must have suffered a lot these past few years," Ling Xiao instructed. At the same time, Ling Xiao handed a space ring to Yunfeng. There was a large amount of mysterious crystals inside, enough to purchase space stones. It just so happened that Ling Xiao had excavated a high-grade crystal mine. If not for this, taking out so many mysterious crystals at once would have put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao. Yunfeng solemnly took the space ring and asked, "Boss, why do you need so many space stones? Could it be that boss wants to refine a space ring?" Ling Xiao replied, "No, this space stone is used to create a space land. We have now chosen a location in the Death Mountain Range, and soon we can establish our own force. So you must go and come back as soon as possible. Don't delay on the way." Yi Yunfeng excitedly said, "So that's how it is. I will definitely come back as soon as possible. All right, I will send Fong Qin and Luo Yu to protect you. Also, bring Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, and the others back," Ling Xiao emphasized again. Yi Yunfeng ordered them to leave, but before leaving, Ling Xiao still personally received Yi Yunfeng's family. Accompanying Yi Yunfeng were his parents and little sister, as well as a few direct descendants of his family. The rest did not come. After all, the Yi family was a small, remote city in the central region, and the news was especially blocked. They did not know much about Ling Xiao's reputation and had only heard a little about him occasionally. Therefore, they did not want to move their family to follow someone who was not part of the Yi family. As the Yi family's patriarch, Yi Lingchong had a certain degree of decisiveness. Seeing his son return after a few years, he knew that his son had once entered the top 100 of the emperor rankings and was a true war emperor. Now, his strength had reached the middle stage of the heavenly sovereign realm, and he had already caught up to his ancestor's strength. After hearing his son tell him about Ling Zhao's various deeds, he immediately decided to give up the position of patriarch and come to Wind Cloud City to fight. Although the position of patriarch of the Yi family was a master of a region, compared to being able to advance to a higher level of strength and enjoy a long life, Yi Lingchong preferred the latter. Thus, he brought a few people to accompany his son to Wind Cloud City, to see the vast sea and sky outside. When Ling Xiao had first come to Yi family city, he had stayed with the Yi family and even helped them repel the Zhang family. It could be said that they owed Ling Xiao a great favor. Greetings, City Lord Ling. Yi Lingchong led the Yi family members who had come with him and bowed to Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao again, Yi Lingchong could not help but sigh. It had only been a few years, but the young man who had just come from the northwest had already become a famous genius of the new generation. Not only did his strength surpass those of the same generation, but it had also caused the older generation to praise him. His son's strength was also thanks to Ling Xiao. Yi Lingchong was currently at the middle stage of the Earth's sovereign realm, but he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao enthusiastically helped Yi Lingchong up and said, "Uncle Yi, there's no need to be so courteous. Yun Feng and I are sworn brothers, so you can just call me Ling Xiao. Don't call me City Lord Ling." "No, how can I do that? City Lord Ling, it's already our Yi family's fortune that you're taking care of Feng. How can I, Yi Lingchong, not know my place?" Yi Lingchong did not dare to act rashly. When he faced Ling Xiao, he discovered that Ling Xiao's superior aura was so strong that he could not help but feel a sense of worship. Even when facing the Yi family's ancestor, he did not feel this way. After exchanging pleasantries with Yi Lingchong for a while, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the beautiful woman next to him. Yi Shuiqing, Yi Yunfeng's younger sister. She and Ling Xiao had a lot of grievances in the past. This was because Yi Shuiqing had always felt that Ling Xiao was a cruel pervert. Because she could not bear to see Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi being arranged by Ling Xiao to train and kill enemies, she had always disliked Ling Xiao. After arriving at the Yi family city, she tried to sow discord between the women by Ling Xiao's side. She wanted her brother to woo Ling Xiao's women. Unexpectedly, this angered Ling Xiao and he defeated Yi Yunfeng. At that time, Yi Shuiqing saw Ling Xiao's valiant side. Later, Ling Xiao helped the Yi family repel a strong enemy. Her impression of Ling Xiao changed completely. She realized that Ling Xiao was not only handsome, but also had outstanding strength. This stirred up some ripples in her heart. However, Ling Xiao was like a passerby in her life. He already had a beauty by his side, and she had a grudge with him. They were destined to be on two parallel lines. Now that she saw Ling Xiao again, she was deeply impressed by Ling Xiao's temperament. Which beauty didn't love a hero? Moreover, this hero was a young, promising, valiant, and famous genius. But now, when she faced Ling Xiao, she no longer had the temper of a young lady. There was only a deep sense of inferiority in her heart. Several years had passed. She had advanced from the middle stage king stage to the high stage king stage. In the vicinity of Yi family city, she could be considered a famous genius. However, in front of Ling Xiao, she could not lift her arrogant head in the slightest. On the way here, she had already heard her brother talk about Ling Xiao's various deeds. Other than shock, she did not know what to say. Sister Shuiqing is becoming more and more beautiful. I believe there are countless people pursuing you. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Shuiqing and said with a faint smile. There was no lust in his eyes. He was just joking as an older brother. Chapter 806. If it was in the past when Ling Xiao spoke to Yi Shuiqing like this, Yi Shuiqing would have immediately scolded him as a hooligan without a second word. However, now that Yi Shuiqing heard Ling Xiao's words and looked at his pure eyes, she could not hide the disappointment in her heart. She also understood that with her current status, how could she be worthy of a hero like Ling Xiao? She had heard her big brother mention before that even the princess of the Dongfang family, one of the 18 great powers, had expressed her desire to be Ling Xiao's woman. She was just a daughter of the Yi family. In terms of strength and background, how could she compare to them? Yi Shuiqing calmed herself down and replied, Ling. City Lord Ling, please excuse me. Ling Xiao laughed it off and immediately changed the topic. Your big sister Yun, big sister Kai and the others are all in the backyard. If you have time, you can find them to play. Ling Xiao was not a petty person. He had long forgotten all the unhappiness he had with Yi Shuiqing back then, and Yi Yunfeng was his little brother. He treated Yi Shuiqing like a little sister, and would not have any feelings between a man and a woman. And I miss them too. I wonder if they still remember me. Yi Shuiqing replied softly. She thought in her heart, in the end, we are people from two different worlds. After Ling Xiao comforted the Yi family, he had nothing else to do for the time being, so he went to his own alchemy room to refine the pills. Nowadays, he would refine pills when he had time, but the time he spent on this was still a lot less. He was afraid that he would be out of practice, and that would be troublesome. Alchemy was a very popular profession, and it was also the best way for him to create a strong helper. This was something that he absolutely could not fall behind. Now that he had just accepted Leng Zheng and the other two low-level Xian emperors, it was time for them to increase their strength. Right now, there were not many super experts that could be used, and he had provoked too many enemies. He had no choice but to make all the people he could use into more powerful figures as soon as possible. While Ling Xiao was refining pills, Yi Yunfeng hurried to the city directly under the Broken Sword sect. The Sword-Rending sect and the Spirit Knight Palace were close neighbors, and both were part of the 18 Great Forces. The only thing separating them was the Thousand Break Mountain Range. The two sects were located in the north and south of the mountain range. The Sword-Rending sect was located in the south, and the Spirit Knight Palace was located in the north. The Broken Sword sect was stronger than the Spirit Knight Palace, and the resources of the Broken Sword sect were also related to the Spirit Knight Palace. The Broken Sword sect was rich in spatial stones, and this was something that many people knew. Speaking of which, the space stone was even rarer than the mysterious crystal, and its value was especially high. Ever since the space stone was excavated from the Thousand Broken Mountain Range, the Sword-Splitting sect and the Spirit Knight Palace began to increase their mining efforts in the Thousand Broken Mountain Range. However, the 10,000 Break Mountain Range was similar to the Death Mountain Range in that there were too many high-level spiritual beasts. Ordinary people would not be able to go too deep into the mountain range, not even the Sword-Splitting sect and the Spirit Knight Palace. The Thousand Broken Mountain Range didn't belong to the two clans, it was only within their sphere of influence, so they couldn't stop a large number of mercenary groups from living here. The Broken Sword Mountain had the highest number of mercenary groups, and it was difficult to survive here. But if they were lucky, they could find spatial stones and sell them to the Broken Sword sect or the Spirit Knight Palace. The Thousand Broken Mountain Range had the highest number of mercenary groups out of all the mountain ranges. It was extremely difficult to survive here. However, if one was lucky enough to find spatial stones and sell them to the Sword-Splitting sect or the Spirit Knight Palace, they would receive a generous reward. The reason why Xian Yao sent Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, the Cold Snake siblings, and the 8 generals to this place was to use the harsh environment to sharpen their skills and make them independent experts. Now that so many years had passed, would they be able to survive in this competitive and cruel environment? In a corner of the mountain, a group of more than 100 mercenaries was spreading out, as if they were looking for someone or something. This group of people all had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. Waves of killing intent overflowed from their bodies. The hideous scars on their arms showed that they had experienced cruel killings. They were riding different kinds of spirit beasts as they traversed through the forest. They were wearing the same martial attire, with a ferocious lion head embroidered on their chests. It could be concluded that they were from the famous Wind Lion mercenary group in the Broken Sword Mountain. The Wind Lion mercenary group had a real Emperor stage powerhouse, and was one of the top mercenary groups in the Broken Sword Mountain. The leader of the group was riding a 6th-rank Wind Lion, and he held a mace in his hand. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. This person was the deputy leader of the Wind Lion mercenary group, Rong Fubei. He had the strength of a peak heavenly venerable, and was famous for being cruel and merciless. Now, his face was full of anger, as if he was an angry lion that could not be controlled. Who said that they saw that stupid Bian Zi in this area? Where is he now? Rong Fubei roared in anger. Why was Rong Fubei so angry? It was because his only son had been killed not long ago, and by a woman. Whenever he thought of that coquettish and beautiful woman, his killing intent soared. A low-level heavenly venerable beside Rong Fubei replied, "Deputy leader, that Bian Zi and her group have indeed escaped in this direction. They are already heavily injured, and should not be able to escape far. F***CK, if I catch that stupid Bian Zi, I will definitely let everyone kill her." Rong Fubei roared fiercely. At this time, a large eagle flew down from the sky, and on the back of the eagle was a man who looked like a midget. If one did not pay attention, one would not know that this midget was on the back of the eagle. "Deputy leader, I have found their traces. They are not far ahead, and they are trying to escape through the mountains in the south." The midget said to Rong Fubei, "Good. I have finally caught them. I want to see how you will die." Rong Fubei revealed a ferocious expression, and roared loudly. He rode on the wind lion and flew into the sky. A dozen heavenly venerables riding sixth-rank spirit beasts also chased after Rong Fubei, and the others could only chase through the mountains. Not far ahead, a total of 30 people were constantly shuttling through the forest. These 30 people were also a group of mercenaries, but they looked very miserable. A few of them were injured, and the others had many wounds on their bodies. Among this group of people, there were many familiar faces. The person leading the group was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. He had a somewhat scholarly appearance, and his whole body was emitting a dark green aura. He was riding a six-winged scorpion. Beside him was a one-eyed deaf man. This one-eyed deaf man was riding a sixth-rank blood-wind eagle, and he held a high-grade sixth-rank sword in his hand. There was a lot of blood on his body, but it was not his blood. It was unknown whether it was the blood of enemies or spirit beasts. On the other side was a man riding a sixth-rank scarlet spiraling cloud tiger. This man's chest had a large hole, and the blood had probably just congealed. He sat on the tiger's back, not showing any signs of pain. There was only a resolute expression on his face. Behind the three of them, there was a man and a woman sitting on a blood-wind eagle. The man was carrying a beautiful woman who had fainted. His face was filled with worry, and his eyes were burning with intense flames. Behind them, there were 8 blood-wind eagles closing in. On each of these 8 blood-wind eagles stood 8 warriors with strong murderous auras. One of these 8 warriors had already lost an arm, but he still clenched his teeth and rode on the eagle's back. He didn't ask anyone to take care of him. It seemed that they were intentionally protecting the man and the woman in the middle. The others rode different spirit beasts. Some were strong, some were weak, and their expressions were filled with panic. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the 10 people at the very front of the group. Weren't they Poison Scorpion, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, the siblings Ling Shi, and the 8 generals who had been sent to the 1,000 Broken Mountain Range to train? At present, Poison Scorpion had already advanced from a mid-level heavenly venerable to a high-level earthly emperor. Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and Leng Shi were already peak earthly emperors, while the 8 generals were all high-level earthly emperors. In just a few short years, they had all improved quite a lot. This speed was already comparable to ordinary geniuses. The reason why they were able to grow so quickly was greatly related to the 10,000 years stone emulsion that Ling Xiao had given them. The 10,000 years stone emulsion could cleanse one's marrow and expand one's meridians, allowing a cultivator to cultivate Tenbin to a higher level. Furthermore, back when they were in the demonic emperor's space, the demonic emperor had guided them one by one. He had also made them consume many heavenly resources that could strengthen their cultivation of Tenbin. Before Ling Xiao parted with them, he had even given each of them many spiritual herbs and pills for cultivation. After experiencing countless battles, the pressure of life and death was the best way to hone a person's willpower and strength. They often received news about Ling Xiao's fame. Hence, they had become more and more demanding of themselves. They did not want to embarrass their young master. What they had experienced in the past few years was not something that an ordinary person could imagine. Now, they were probably being chased by someone. Otherwise, they would not be in such a hurry. Everyone hurry up. Once we get out of the mountain range and reach the heaven-breaking city, the Wind Lion mercenary group will not dare to do anything to us. The leader, Poison Scorpion, urged. That's right. Now, they were being chased by the Wind Lion mercenary group. This incident was caused by Wei Dyer, who had fainted. This was because Wei Dyer was the woman who killed Rong Fubei's son. In fact, this matter could not be blamed on Wei Dyer. Rong Fubei's son had coveted Wei Dyer's beauty and wanted to snatch the good stuff that Wei Dyer had found. Rong Fubei's plan to obtain both wealth and beauty failed, and he was killed by Wei Dyer instead. Because of this, Wei Dyer was severely injured by the members of the Wind Lion mercenary group. Fortunately, she managed to return to the group in time. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. However, her current situation was also extremely bad. After offending the Wind Lion mercenary group, Poison Scorpion and the others did not have the strength to fight them head-on. Hence, they could only retreat from the mountain range and avoid the peak temporarily. However, the hundreds of mercenaries recruited by Poison Scorpion were afraid of the Wind Lion mercenary group. Many of them had left Poison Scorpion's team. Now, only these few people were left. Chapter 807. Back then, Poison Scorpion had led Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, Wei Dai, and the 8 generals to the Broken Mountain Range. They were filled with lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations. They all felt that with the strength of their group, they could carve out a piece of heaven and earth here. After all, they had all come from the northwest, and their horizons were not wide enough. They all thought that their newly increased strength was already quite good. However, when they came to the Broken Mountain Range, they realized that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. The outside world was much wider than they had imagined, and there were as many powerful mercenaries as there were hairs on an ox. Martial artists like them were only the lowest level of mercenaries, and only heavenly venerable Poison Scorpion's strength could barely make it. Everyone's morale had suffered a great blow, so they did not immediately join the mercenary teams. Instead, they trained in the mountain range as rogue cultivators, and at the same time, they made use of the fastest time to increase their strength. At that time, Poison Scorpion had the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable and could be considered an expert. He had always been scheming and scheming. He had constantly recruited mercenaries who cultivated alone or were not proud of themselves, and gathered them together. He first formed a small mercenary team and began his career as a mercenary. He had gathered these people together for the sake of benefits, but now that a disaster had befallen them, they had all flown away. There were only about 20 people who truly followed him, and there were less than 5 heavenly venerables. The rest were at the Earth Emperor realm. These people had more or less received favors from Poison Scorpion over the past few years, and they all had a sense of loyalty. Now that they had encountered a life and death crisis, it was commendable that they did not abandon him. Poison Scorpion saw all of this, and he secretly said in his heart, "Brothers, you will not regret following me today." When Poison Scorpion thought of his famous young master, his heart became even more resolute. No matter how difficult the future was, as long as they endured it and waited for the moment they returned to the young master, who would dare to bully them like this? Suddenly, several strong auras came from the sky. Poison Scorpion was shocked. He frowned and said, "It should be the Wind Lion mercenary group. Lone Eagle, Kuang Hu, 8 generals, protect Leng Shi and Dai, and immediately head to Wind Cloud City to find the young master. The rest of you stay with me to face the enemy." Poison Scorpion had made the prompt decision to protect Ling Zhao's loyal subordinates. As for the brothers he had recruited, they could only accompany him through this calamity. No, it's enough for the 8 generals to escort Leng Shi and Wei Dai, to find young master. Mad Tiger and I will stay behind to lend you a hand. Lone Eagle replied. Li Kuanghu also replied firmly, "That's right, Boss Du, this matter is not negotiable. The 8 generals will be enough to escort them. Even if we die in battle, young master will avenge us." The 8 generals also said that they wanted to stay and fight. Poison Scorpion was enraged. Dai is young master's woman. If anything happens to her, how can we be worthy of young master's care? All of you leave. After saying that, he couldn't be bothered with them anymore. He rode on his scorpion and flew into the air. At the same time, he waved his hand and countless strange auras spread in the air. Back then, Poison Scorpion was known as the Poison Emperor in the Northwest, and his skills in using poison were not undeserved. After looking at each other, the 8 generals could only grit their teeth and protect Leng Shi and Wei Dai, as they left. They were all riding on rank 6 Blood-Wind Eagles, and their speed was relatively fast. Just as they left, Rong Fubei and a dozen other heavenly venerables had already arrived. "Run, why are you bastards not running anymore? How dare you kill my son? I will make sure you die a horrible death," Rong Fubei shouted from afar. The wind lion he was riding was like a gust of wind, and it instantly appeared in front of Poison Scorpion and the others. The mace was smashed towards Poison Scorpion. Poison Scorpion was already prepared, and a long sword appeared in his hand as he faced Rong Fubei. Clang. The weapons clashed, and Poison Scorpion was obviously not Rong Fubei's match. He was pushed back tens of meters. At this moment, the experts from the Wind Lion mercenary group who followed Rong Fubei also charged over. "Kill for me!" Poison Scorpion regrouped and shouted loudly. His world energy began to deduce it. In an instant, countless poisonous scorpions appeared densely, and each of them carried a terrifying poison that made one's scalp go numb. At the same time, the strength of the few heavenly venerables who followed Poison Scorpion also began to rise, and they faced Rong Fubei's people. Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu were only peak earthly emperors, and they could not participate in the battle. However, they could let their rank 6 spirit beasts participate. After all, the battle strength of the Blood-Wind Eagle and the Red Tornado Cloud Tiger was a great help to Poison Scorpion and the others. In the beginning, Poison Scorpion and the others were in a disadvantageous situation. However, not long after, the people brought by Rong Fubei began to feel dizzy. Fortunately, they were strong enough to support themselves in the battle. Rong Fubei also noticed that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Damn it, they actually used poison. What a good poison lord. Do you think that I can't deal with you just like that? You underestimate me, Rong Fubei." After saying that, he withdrew his lower abdomen, and a strong force began to condense. His face became a little bloated. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a sound wave that resembled a lion's roar rushed out from his mouth. The powerful sound wave attack caused heaven and earth to tremble slightly, and Poison Scorpion and the others were shaken to the point that their eardrums hurt. Rong Fubei took the opportunity to raise his mace and ruthlessly smash it at Poison Scorpion. By the time Poison Scorpion came to his senses, the mace had already greeted him. Bang! Poison Scorpion's waist was smashed by Rong Fubei, and his body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Lone Eagle instantly sped up and rushed to catch Poison Scorpion. Unfortunately, Rong Fubei's attack was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. The moment Lone Eagle caught Poison Scorpion, he only felt a terrifying force of qi, and the impact made him lose feeling in his hands. In an instant, both he and Poison Scorpion were sent flying. Li Kuanghu quickly rushed over, and he had already prepared elixirs in his hands. All these years, they had worked closely together, and they already knew what to do next. "Since you are so loyal, then die," Rong Fubei roared in the sky. He was prepared to kill Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, and Li Kuanghu again, but he felt that his body was starting to weaken. Although he was strong, he was in too much of a rush just now, and he forgot that the surrounding air had already been poisoned by Poison Scorpion. In terms of strength, Poison Scorpion was not as strong as Rong Fubei, but in terms of using poison, he was confident that even if the mystic the Arch was poisoned by him, it would be difficult for him to force it out in a short period of time. Rong Fubei and the others were also experienced mercenaries who had been through life and death for many years. They were always prepared with all kinds of spirit elixirs, and they naturally had plenty of antidotes. As their movements became sluggish, Poison Scorpion endured his injuries and shouted to his brothers, "Hurry up!" His poison would not be able to stop Rong Fubei for long, and their side had obviously lost the upper hand. It was not a good idea to fight them head-on, and they could only hope to escape to Broken Sword City as soon as possible. Once they reached there, private fights were not allowed. Even the Wind Lion mercenaries did not dare to act rashly. Poison Scorpion and the others tried their best to escape, but Rong Fubei and the others could only worry. They had no choice but to use the antidote to force the poison out of their bodies. Otherwise, if the poison spread to their organs, they would not have it easy either. Damn it, if I let you escape, I will write my name upside down. Rong Fubei recovered the fastest, and he could not be bothered to wait for his men. He took the lead and chased after Poison Scorpion and the others. The others quickly followed after him. Poison Scorpion and the others ran in a different direction from the 8 generals. They were not stupid enough to lead Rong Fubei and the others there. The two groups chased after each other. Rong Fubei's Wind Lion was a Tier 6 upper tier and had the wind attribute. It was very fast, and it did not take long to catch up with Poison Scorpion and the others. Rong Fubei did not say anything as he deduced the power of his world and used it to envelop Poison Scorpion and the others. Poison Scorpion had been injured before, and although he had taken the elixir, his recovery speed was not as fast. He could only grit his teeth and fight. For a moment, the sounds of intense battle rang out in the periphery of the 1,000 Broken Mountain range. Following that, Rong Fubei's men also caught up. Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the others were already at the edge of danger, and they could be killed at any time. Poison Scorpion seemed to realize that his side no longer had any advantage. He hesitated for a moment, as if he had made up his mind. Finally, he shouted, "All of you retreat, I will fight them to the death." Poison Scorpion restrained Rong Fubei and increased the power of his world, attempting to block Rong Fubei's companions as well. His face contorted as he roared, "1,000 poison disintegration." All of a sudden, with Poison Scorpion as the center, clouds of stinking poison gas began to spread out, and Poison Scorpion himself turned into a living poisonous man. His entire body became covered with poisonous boils, and the stench was overwhelming. He had been refining poison for many years, and he was already a poisonous person. Now, in order to stop Rong Fubei and the others, he was willing to disintegrate his poison techniques. Even if he did not die after this move, he would become a cripple. Rong Fubei and the others' expressions changed, and they all retreated at the same time. However, Poison Scorpion's poison spread even faster. 2 low-level heavenly venerables could not retreat in time, and they were instantly corroded by this terrifying poison, turning into a pool of blood. "Boss Poison!" Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu cried out in sorrow. The rest of Poison Scorpion's followers also revealed extremely moved expressions. They did not expect Poison Scorpion to be willing to sacrifice himself to stop Rong Fubei and the others. "Hurry up and go. You must tell young master and ask him to avenge me." Poison Scorpion turned around and ordered Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu. At this moment, the 8 generals who were protecting Leng Shi and Wei Dai returned together, and there were more than 10 people following behind them. Chapter 808. Yi Yunfeng was ordered by Ling Xiao to head to Broken Sword Sect to purchase space stones. At the same time, he was ordered to search for Poison Scorpion and the others in the Broken Mountain range and bring them back to Wind Cloud City. Yi Yunfeng didn't dare to neglect Ling Xiao's instructions. As soon as he arrived at Broken Sword City, he didn't immediately purchase spatial stones. Instead, he rushed to the 1,000 Broken Mountain range to find Poison Scorpion and the others. After all, Poison Scorpion and the others had been here for so many years and had a good understanding of the situation here. He wanted to see if he could obtain any relevant information from them. Otherwise, if he went to Broken Sword Sect's territory to purchase space stones, he might be slaughtered by them. They had purchased a lot of space stones this time. It was also because of this decision that Yi Yunfeng brought his men out of the Broken Sword City and went to the outskirts of the 1,000 Broken Mountain range to inquire about Poison Scorpion and the others. Coincidentally, he bumped into the 8 generals and the others who flew out hurriedly. Accompanying them were Leng Shi and Wei Dai. Just as Yi Yunfeng was about to rejoice, he realized that the group was in a sorry state. The 8 generals did not recognize Yi Yunfeng and thought that he was here to add insult to injury. They wanted to change their direction and leave. However, Yi Yunfeng's strength was not the same as before. Moreover, the people accompanying him were experts from Wind Cloud City. It would be easy for him to catch up to them. After the 8 generals saw Yi Yunfeng clearly, they finally calmed down. They were finally able to put down the boulder in their hearts. Wei Daya was seriously injured and unconscious. They could not let anything happen to young master's woman. Otherwise, they would not be able to face young master again. Brotherling, who did this? How dare they touch boss's woman? I will destroy his entire family. Yi Yunfeng looked at the dying Wei Daya in Leng Shi's arms and shouted angrily. Other than his family, the most important person in Yi Yunfeng's life was Ling Xiao. Without Ling Xiao, Yi Yunfeng would not be where he was today. Yi Yunfeng was a loyal man. Now that he saw his boss's woman, Wei Daya, in such a state, he was naturally angry. He had been by Ling Xiao's side for quite some time and knew his boss's personality. If anyone dared to touch his people, even if the other party was powerful, he would destroy them. Now, Yi Yunfeng was representing Ling Xiao to welcome them back. Unexpectedly, Wei Daya was severely injured and Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu were not around. If anything happened to them, his boss would definitely go crazy. Leng Shi's face was now livid. He hadn't spoken for a long time, and he just held the girl in his arms tightly. A long-suppressed emotion burst out, and he roared, Yunfeng, follow me back to kill those bastards from the Wind Lion mercenary group. After so many years of killing, Leng Shi's killing intent was extremely strong, and his aura suddenly rose at this moment. Balls of cold killing intent began to revolve around his body. Sword chi pounced out from the grass like snakes. That strong fiery sword chi made people feel incomparably oppressive. The 8 generals near him were all shocked. They all moved far away and looked at Leng Shi in shock. No one expected that Leng Shi's strength would rise so much at this moment. He actually comprehended his own Tao. Yi Yunfeng's eyelids twitched, and he immediately saw that Leng Shi's situation was different. Leng Shi actually relied on a wave of angry killing intent to form his own world energy. This was simply too unbelievable. Moreover, that strong killing intent made Yi Yunfeng, who was a mid-level celestial master, feel a little afraid. We must massacre the Wind Lion mercenary group to avenge Dai. Leng Shi roared towards the sky with red eyes. The merciless slaughter sword chi continued to sweep out, causing all the air in the surroundings to scatter. The 8 generals and the others retreated again and again, and Yi Yunfeng and the others had no choice but to use their strength to block Leng Shi's terrifying sword chi. But, Dai, her is dead? Yi Yunfeng's expression changed when he heard Leng Shi's words. Dark protection force appeared around his body, and he rushed to Leng Shi's side desperately. Leng Shi seemed to be possessed, and he actually raised the sword in his hand and slashed at Yi Yunfeng. Go to hell! Yi Yunfeng was shocked. He moved to the side and grabbed Leng Shi's wrist with lightning speed. At the same time he shouted, Brother Leng, calm down, I am Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng's words contained a lot of strength. He wanted Leng Shi to wake up, or else he would really become a mindless walking corpse who only knew how to kill people. The sound wave of true energy shook Leng Shi's chaotic emotions, and the hostility also weakened a little, but it did not completely disappear. Yunfeng, follow me, I must kill all the bastards of the Wind Lion mercenary group. Leng Shi grabbed Yi Yunfeng's hand and shouted. Yi Yunfeng knew that Leng Shi had already lost his calm. If this continued, it would only make things worse, and it would also destroy the Tao that he had just comprehended. Yi Yunfeng hit Leng Shi's back when he wasn't paying attention, and he directly knocked Leng Shi out. This gave the 8 generals a huge fright. Ling 1, Ling 2, come over and tell me what happened. Yi Yunfeng shouted at the 8 generals, and then he bent down to check on Wei Daya's injury. There was a broken sword in Wei Daya's abdomen, and fresh blood had dyed her clothes red. Her delicate face was extremely pale, and her breath could no longer be felt. Yi Yunfeng's blood boiled. He thought that Wei Daya was only seriously injured, but now she actually, son of AB***, who did this? Yi Yunfeng also couldn't help but burst out with his aura. He even dared to kill his boss's woman. He must be tired of living. However, although Yi Yunfeng was angry, he still maintained his calm. He took out the drop of spring of life that Ling Xiao had given him, and at the same time, he pushed the sword in Wei Dyer's abdomen, and the spring of life quickly dripped into Wei Dyer's mouth. He only hoped that Wei Dyer could really come back to life, or else he didn't know how angry his boss would be. The 8 generals quickly gathered around and gave Yunfeng a brief explanation of what had happened. A mere mercenary group dares to be so arrogant. Bring me back, and we must kill them all. Yi Yunfeng said fiercely. Ling Wen still restrained his unwillingness and said, Young Master Yi, they have a lot of experts, and they even have the arch-stage expert. You should protect Miss Dyer back to young Master first. The 8 of us can go back to support Boss Du and the others. So what if they are the arch-stage experts? We don't need to be afraid. This time, Boss asked me to come here to bring you back. If I go back like this, Boss will skin me alive. Let's go, I want to see how strong this mercenary group is. Yi Yunfeng said decisively. He had only brought a dozen or so people with him, but Fang Chen and Luo Yu were both middle-stage mystic thearchs while the others were all celestial venerables. This group of people was here to protect him and ensure that he returned safely. Now that something like this had happened, if Yi Yunfeng didn't massacre the Wind Lion mercenary group, how would he have the face to go back to see his boss? The 8 generals understood Yi Yunfeng's meaning and stopped trembling. They brought Yi Yunfeng and the others back to find Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the others. Unfortunately, they were still one step too late. Poison Scorpion had used his final trump card, which was akin to Burning Jade, and scattered the poison technique that he had cultivated his entire life. When Yi Yunfeng and the others arrived, they saw the scene in front of them. Boss Du! The 8 generals shouted in unison, and they all wanted to fly towards Poison Scorpion. However, Yi Yunfeng immediately stopped them and shouted, You are all crazy. Poison Scorpion is releasing poison now, and even I can't withstand it. You will only die if you go over. At this time, Yi Yunfeng said to Fang Chen, can you stop him? Fang Chen replied, Yes. Then, his whole body flashed out like the wind. He didn't seem to be afraid of Poison Scorpion's poison gas at all. He directly entered the poison gas and knocked out Poison Scorpion, who was still disintegrating. Fang Chen was a mid-stage mystic the Arch, and his cultivation was already among the top experts in the central region. Although Poison Scorpion's poison gas was overbearing, it was not enough to break through his body protection. Fang Chen pulled Poison Scorpion in front of Yi Yunfeng and said indifferently, Don't get close to him first. His poison is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Yi Yunfeng nodded and immediately asked Fang Chen to give Poison Scorpion an elixir. However, looking at Poison Scorpion's face that was now black and green, and that weak aura that could disappear at any time, Yi Yunfeng's heart was bleeding. At this time, Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu both noticed the 8 generals who had returned, and they also recognized Yi Yunfeng. The 2 of them calmed down, and Lone Eagle hurriedly shouted, Yunfeng, why are you here? Where's young master? Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu's strength was still limited, and they could not see the strength of Yi Yunfeng and the people around him. They only wanted to know if the young master was here. If the young master was here, they could get back at him. They definitely could not just run back like this. Brothers Lone Eagle and Kuanghu, the young master sent us to bring you back, Yi Yunfeng replied. Then he looked at the people who were flying over and said coldly, However, we still have to bring back some people's heads, or else we won't be able to explain to the young master. Just as Yi Yunfeng's words fell, Rong Fubei and the others flew over again, and the other mercenaries who followed them also arrived one after another. There were a total of 100 people, and they surrounded Yi Yunfeng and the others. But why aren't you running anymore? Do you think that you can be saved with a few helpers? I'll get rid of you first, and then I'll take that stinky Pai Zi back as a prostitute. Rong Fubei shouted angrily. Just now, he almost fell for Poison Scorpion's trick, and he secretly sighed in relief. Now that they were surrounded, he had to take revenge on behalf of his son. Kill all of them, and leave this old man's head for me. I want to hand him over to the young master to execute him personally. Yunfeng frowned slightly and said to the people beside him, Feng Chen and Luo Yu did not move, but the other high-level heavenly venerables all moved. Chapter 809. Rong Fubei also had a dozen heavenly venerables on his side, and each of them was someone who had gone through life and death situations. However, not all of them were high-level heavenly venerables. Instead, they were low-level to high-level heavenly venerables. On Yi Yunfeng's side, all of them were high-level heavenly venerables. There were 2 peak-level heavenly venerables, and they were also mercenaries. Their killing aura was much stronger than that of Rong Fubei's side. Rong Fubei was overwhelmed by anger just now, and he did not notice that the other party's reinforcements were all top-notch experts. When Yi Yunfeng and the others all released their aura, Rong Fubei's face instantly turned ugly. No wonder you dared to come back. You have such helpers. However, do you think you can leave alive like this? Rong Fubei said very calmly. There was something in his hand, and he raised it towards the sky. Bang! A loud and clear sound startled the clouds, and a gorgeous firework bloomed. Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the others' expressions changed. Lone Eagle said to Yi Yunfeng, Yunfeng, this is an emergency signal to summon other experts. Why don't we retreat first? It's better if they all come. I don't believe they can really kill us all. Yi Yunfeng snorted. He had 2 mid-level mystic thearchs by his side. Other than the 18 major forces, he could not think of anyone else who could shake this group of people. The 2 groups of people began to fight, and the sound of battle rang in the sky. The colorful, varied world powers were dazzling and soul-stirring. The people that Yi Yunfeng brought were much stronger than Rong Fubei's group. Even though they were outnumbered, they still had the upper hand. Those people from the Wind Lion mercenary group were chopped off their horses one by one, and blood splattered continuously. Rong Fubei was shocked. He could not think of how this small mercenary group could invite such powerful helpers. Now, he did not have too much time to think about it. He only knew to resist with all his strength and wait for the experts on his side to help. Then they could turn the tables. At this time, Yi Yunfeng, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the 8 generals gathered together and placed the unconscious poison scorpion to the side to rest. Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu took the opportunity to ask why Yi Yunfeng was here and what was going on with Leng Shi. Yi Yunfeng gave a cursory reply and conveyed Ling Zhao's eagerness to welcome them back. Boss was supposed to come personally, but he's too busy right now. He's building his sect and his enemies are always watching. Don't think too much about it, Yi Yunfeng said. He was afraid that Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the others would feel burdened if Ling Zhao didn't come. Who knew that Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the 8 generals did not have the slightest bit of complaint. They even revealed expressions of guilt. Li Kuanghu said, "We are indebted to young master for thinking highly of us and giving us space to grow. But now we are getting further and further away from young master. In the end, we even embarrassed young master. If young master came personally, we would not have the face to see him." Wei Dai was one of Ling Zhao's women. Although she came with them to train and improve their strength, as Ling Zhao's servants, they had the obligation to take good care of her and not let her get hurt. Now that her life and death were unknown, they all felt very guilty. "This is not entirely your fault. I will settle the score with these people." Yi Yunfeng patted Li Kuanghu's shoulder and said. At this time, many powerful auras began to sweep over from all directions. Needless to say, it was the reinforcements of the Wind Lion mercenary group. 2 quasi-emperors and dozens of Empyrean venerables rushed over on their respective spirit beasts. "Second brother, third brother, quickly kill these bastards." Rong Fubei had been defending with all his strength and did not suffer much damage. Now that the reinforcements had arrived, he immediately shook off his 2 opponents and flew to the front of the 2 half-emperors and shouted. These 2 half-emperors were Rong Fubei's sworn brothers. One was called Wang Yi, the other was called Pan Yuge, and the other was called Guijin Tai, the leader of the Wind Lion mercenary group, who had yet to appear. They were known as the 4 Great Lions, and were famous fierce people in the Broken Thousand Mountain range. At this time, the people that Yi Yunfeng brought had also retreated to his side. They had already killed 70 to 80 of Rong Fubei's 100 men, which could be considered as completing their mission. Now that the other side had come to help, it was time for them to watch the show from the side. Fourth brother, what is going on? Wang Yi looked at the somewhat embarrassed Rong Fubei and asked. Rong Fubei said with grief and indignation, your nephew was killed by one of them. Brothers, you must take revenge for your nephew. Wang Yi and Pan Yogui's expressions changed. The four brothers had always been very close to each other. Rong Fubei was the only one who had a son. The other three did not have any children. They all treated Rong Fubei's son as their own. How could he be killed so suddenly? There were not many people in the Broken Thousand Mountain Range who dared to openly provoke the Wind Lion mercenary group. Bastard, wait for me to take revenge for my nephew. Pan Yugui shouted and rushed towards Yunfeng and the others alone. His peak 6th rank spirit beast also attacked at the same time. The aura of a half-emperor's instantly soared. There was a huge gap between the strength of an emperor and a heavenly master, but his aura still shocked everyone present. Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the 8 generals had all experienced life and death situations, so their senses were naturally not weak. They were suppressed by the aura of a half-emperor's and could not breathe. They knew that the other side had sent a super expert. However, it was already too late for them to escape now. They were all worried that they would implicate Yi Yunfeng. At this moment, a person beside Yi Yunfeng took a step forward lightly. This step seemed like a small step, but the person was already more than 10 meters away, blocking in front of Pan Yugui and his spirit beast. How dare you? How dare you block this emperor alone? Go to hell. Pan Yugui looked at the person in front of him in surprise. A giant axe quietly appeared in his hand, and the giant axe chopped down on the person's head. The power of the axe was like the splitting of the heavens and the earth, giving people a kind of heavy and majestic feeling. At the same time, it also carried a bloody and cold aura. The axe had not yet arrived, but it was already enough to make people tremble in fear. Pan Yugui used his full strength from the start, and there was no such thing as mercy in his dictionary. However, when his giant axe chopped down on the person's head, his heart skipped a beat. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. It was a kind of fear of impending death. This was a premonition that he had experienced for many years on the edge of life and death, and it always came true. Looking at the person's calm eyes, he knew that his opponent was not an ordinary person, but a super expert. His strength was definitely above his own. Retreat. Pan Yugui immediately thought of something. Unfortunately, it was too late. The person in front of him moved his hand and made a sword-drawing action. A sword ray fell like a shooting star, flashing and disappearing. No one could see clearly what was going on. All they saw was Pan Yogui's body being split into two from the waist. A smear of blood splattered, dyeing the sky red and everyone's eyes red. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and their eyes flashed with disbelief. A half the arch, no matter where he was a top expert. How could he be cut in half in the blink of an eye? At the same time, a few words appeared in everyone's mind. This is the real mystic the arch. Let's kill them all. Yi Yunfeng was not surprised at all. If a middle-level mystic the arch couldn't kill a half the arch with one move, how could he be a middle-level mystic the arch? The one who attacked was Luo Yu, who was also a gold killer of Sha Tian like Fang Chen. Ling Xiao cast a high-level spiritual curse on her, and she completely obeyed Ling Xiao's arrangement. An assassin, when he didn't attack, he must see blood. Quickly disperse and escape. Wang Yi also made a decision immediately. The opponent had a real the arch, and they couldn't do anything no matter how many people they had. He didn't think about it and asked them to escape. Luo Yu smiled with a trace of killing intent, and the power of her world instantly surged. The world of water, no, the world of water killing. Countless water blades, like arrows, flew towards the people of the Wind Lion mercenary group in front of them. Luo Yu was like the god of water. In her world, she had the demeanor of pointing at the country. Wherever her world power swept over, the throats of the people of the Wind Lion mercenary group were cut, and blood splashed on the spot. Blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. The one-sided massacre scared Wang Yi and Rong Fubei out of their wits. They were also the first ones to run away. They hated the fact that they were born with 2 less legs. Can you escape? Luo Yu was merciless, and naturally she wouldn't let them escape. The sword aura was like a rainbow, and the sword aura was strange and unpredictable. This was the sword Dao of the assassin. Swish. 2 sword aura tore the sky apart and attacked Wang Yi and Rong Fubei, who were escaping. Boom. The 2 of them didn't have anything to spare, and their bodies were blown up by the sword aura, leaving only a big pool of blood. The dozens of people from the Wind Lion mercenary group who came to rescue were all killed by Luo Yu alone. Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the 8 generals looked like they were sleepwalking, and they looked at the scene in horror. They all knew that their young master had occupied the Wind Cloud City and became the king, and his strength and prestige had already shocked every corner of the central region. They never expected that the people sent by their young master to welcome them back were actually experts of the Mystic the Arch, and from the looks of it, it was not an ordinary Mystic the Arch. They couldn't help but imagine what kind of huge force their young master had established. They also finally understood why their young master dared to challenge the Gu clan of the 18 great forces. Their young master's wings had gradually grown, and no one could stop him from soaring to the sky. Chapter 8:10. The people from the Wind Lion mercenary regiment were only experts at the celestial master stage and above. Those who were not strong enough or were further away arrived later. However, the scene was already empty. There were only corpses with their throats slit by sharp weapons. Many of them were bitten by spirit beasts and treated as delicacies. The people from the Wind Lion mercenary regiment were horrified because they recognized the 3 badly mutilated corpses as their 3 deputy commanders. They were all killed in a short period of time. They were all panic-stricken. What kind of enemy had the ability to kill their 3 deputy commanders? Quick, inform the commander, the 3 deputy commanders have been killed. One of the people from the Wind Lion mercenary regiment shouted in panic. The people from the Wind Lion mercenary regiment didn't dare to stay any longer. They immediately picked up the corpses of the 3 deputy commanders and hurried away. Mercenaries were courageous people who had experienced many life and death battles. However, they would also be afraid in the face of an opponent they couldn't compete with. In a mountain ridge not far from here, Yi Yunfeng and the others were having a conversation. At this time, Leng Shi had already woken up. His condition was much more stable. His strength had fallen back to the peak of the Earth King stage, but as long as he was given time to meditate, he would definitely be able to break through to the Celestial Master stage in a short period of time. As for Wei Dyer and Poison Scorpion, they were still unconscious. One was stabbed in the abdomen by a sword, and her vitality was fading. Fortunately, Yi Yunfeng's spring of life had finally pulled Wei Dyer back from the brink of death. However, she was still unconscious, which showed how serious her injury was. Poison Scorpion's situation was not much better. His breath was weak, like a disabled person, and he could die at any time. Looking at the 2 people in front of them, no one was happy because of revenge. Let me send you back to Wind Cloud City first. Only when you return to young master's side can you save them. Yi Yunfeng said to Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, and the others. The 2 unconscious people were Ling Zhao's direct subordinates. Yi Yunfeng didn't dare to be careless. He planned to let them go back first, and then he would go to purchase space stones. They didn't have any objections. They all knew that their strength was limited and there was no point in staying here. Yunfeng, did the young master send you here for something else? Lone Eagle asked. He had followed Ling Xiao for a long time and understood Ling Zhao's character. If it was just to welcome them back, there was no need to send so many experts. Therefore, he guessed that Yi Yunfeng had other matters to attend to. Yi Yunfeng did not hide anything and immediately told him what Ling Xiao had asked him to do. Yi Yunfeng had originally wanted Lone Eagle and the others to give him some advice. Now that this had happened, he did not mention it. When Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and Leng Shi heard about the space stone, their eyes lit up. That's great. After staying outside for a few years, there's nothing I can do to help young master. Now that young master needs a lot of spatial stones, we happen to have a lot of them. Lone Eagle said with a slightly better expression. Yi Yunfeng looked at Lone Eagle in surprise. Do you have spatial stones? Spatial stones were extremely rare and precious. Ling Xiao had told him to buy them no matter what. Now that he heard Lone Eagle say this, he could not hide his excitement. Li Kuanghu said from the side, "Look, what is this?" At the same time, he took out a piece of pure white jade stone that was dozens of kilograms in size. This stone was like a mirror that could reflect every movement of others. It was crystal clear and extraordinary. This was the spatial stone that Ling Xiao urgently needed and was also the main material for refining spatial rings. A spatial stone, and such a big one at that. Yi Yunfeng exclaimed softly. Then he said, "If it's just this one, it's not enough." This piece of spatial stone could be used to refine many spatial rings, but it was still far from the amount that Ling Xiao needed. How much does young master need? Li Kuanghu asked. At least 1,000 pieces like this one. Yi Yunfeng replied. Hiss. After hearing the number that Yi Yunfeng reported, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, and the others all gasped. They had been training here for years. Although they had some small fortuitous encounters and obtained a lot of spatial stones, they only had a few dozen in total. This number was already very good. After all, some people had wandered here for decades without obtaining a single spatial stone. They had thought that these spatial stones were enough for Ling Xiao, but after hearing the number that Yi Yunfeng reported, they were all shocked. 1,000 spatial stones of this size, unless they found a vein of spatial stones, how could there be so many? After all, the formation of spatial stones required more stringent conditions than mysterious crystal, and the number of spatial stones in each vein would not be too much. Young master told me to buy from the Sword Sect or the Spirit Knight Palace. I just happened to come here and met you guys. Do you have any other way? I'm really afraid that they won't sell us so many spatial stones at once. Yi Yunfeng said again. Yi Yunfeng's worry was not without reason. These two sects had been entrenched in the 1,000 Broken Mountain range for a long time, so they must have a lot of spatial stones in their storage. However, the number of spatial stones they took out for auction every year was very few. Now that he needed such a large amount, Yi Yunfeng was afraid that they would not sell it. At this time, Leng Shi sighed and said, "If only little sister could wake up now." One of the reasons why she was chased by the Wind Lion mercenary group was because she found a vein of spatial stones. Little sister originally wanted to inform us, but she was discovered by someone. That person wanted to use force on little sister and was killed by little sister in the end. Then she didn't tell you the location of the vein? Yi Yunfeng asked excitedly. If they really found the vein, then everything would be easy. Leng Shi shook his head and said, "I know the area she went to, but I don't know the specific location." For a moment, everyone was silent. Yi Yunfeng hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's wait for another day. If sister-in-law doesn't wake up, we will immediately rush back to Wind Cloud City. Young master must have a way to wake her up." Yi Yunfeng was also trying his luck. If Wei Dai could wake up after a day, then they could search for the spatial stone vein. If she didn't wake up, then there was no other way. This is not a problem, but we must not let the people of the Wind Lion mercenary group go. As Wei Dai's big brother, Leng Shi naturally had the right to agree on behalf of Wei Dai. Wei Dai's condition was much more stable now. At least her vitality had recovered. It was just a matter of when she would wake up. Leng Shi and Wei Dai had a deep sibling relationship. His little sister was injured like this, so he naturally wanted all the people of the Wind Lion mercenary group to die. "Yes, we will definitely settle this matter with them." Yi Yunfeng replied with a fierce glint in his eyes. With his boss's personality, he would definitely kill his way to the Wind Lion mercenary group's lair. However, Yi Yunfeng knew the importance of this matter. Finding the spatial stone was his main goal. After a night, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, and the 8 generals had almost recovered. Ling Lu, on the other hand, had lost an arm and his strength was greatly reduced. Fortunately, he did not give up because of this. As for the mercenary groups that followed Poison Scorpion, they were secretly glad that they had followed the right person. This was because they already knew that there was a young master behind them, and this young master was the famous genius of the new generation, Ling Xiao. When Poison Scorpion tried to rope them in, he did not mention this identity. Now that they suddenly knew, they were so excited. If they could get the recognition of this young master in the future, their strength would definitely improve. Who didn't know that this young master was a 7th-grade alchemist? Just when Yi Yunfeng thought that Wei Dai would not wake up, there was finally a change in her. Her aura was constantly strengthening and recovering, and her body was surrounded by the fire attribute light, which was so dazzling. When Leng Shi saw this, he could not help but exclaim, "Little sister, she is going to wake up." Sure enough, as soon as Leng Shi finished speaking, Wei Dai slowly woke up. The spring of life really lives up to its reputation. Yi Yunfeng secretly thought to himself, if not for the spring of life, Wei would not have been able to escape this time. Wei Dai's body was weak, so Yi Yunfeng took out a high-level healing pill and fed it to her. When Wei Dai saw Yi Yunfeng, she was surprised and said, Yunfeng, why are you here? Don't tell me. Xiao is here too? When she chose to come here with Poison Scorpion and the others to train, it was because she did not want to be outdone by other women. She had not seen Ling Xiao for a few years, and every time she heard news of him, she would be very excited, but more than that, she missed him. She often thought that Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. Would he dislike her? Every time she thought of this, she would train even harder. Not long ago, she found a place to train in peace, but she accidentally found a piece of space stone. She also found a vein of space stone at that place. That place was very well hidden, and it was difficult for ordinary people to find it. She did not dare to dig the vein alone. If it was discovered by others, it would be a waste of effort. When she went back to look for people, she met Rong Fubei and his men. When Rong Fubei's son saw Wei Dai's beauty, he was drooling. However, he did not use force immediately. Instead, he tried to flirt with the beauty, and if it did not work, he would use force. Rong Fubei also knew what his son was thinking, so he did not stop him. However, Wei Dai was very good at seducing men. She captivated Rong Fubei's son, and when Rong Fubei left, she killed his son. Wei Dai was also chased by Rong Fubei's son and almost lost her life. That was why the things that happened after that happened. Yi Yunfeng shook his head and said, "Sister-in-law, a big brother is busy, so he sent me to bring you back." Can I finally go back to his side? Wei Dai mumbled with a satisfied smile. Chapter 8:11. After Wei Dai woke up, she rested for half a day and recovered a lot of color. She could now lead the way to the spatial stone mineral vein. That place was in the crevice of a mountain ridge, and the entrance was covered by many trees and weeds. It was difficult for ordinary people to discover it, and even if they did, they would only think that it was an ordinary crevice with nothing special about it. It was also in this crevice that there was a rare spatial stone on the side of the mountainside. Yi Yunfeng asked Fang Chen and Luo Yu to release their aura. The aura of 2 middle-stage Emperor Xian directly suppressed the people and spiritual beasts within a radius of thousands of miles. No matter what the 2 emperors were doing, it was not something they could interfere with or watch. Once they were provoked, there would be consequences. This spatial stone vein wasn't very large, but they still managed to dig out more than 2,000 spatial stones, each weighing tens of kilograms or even more than 50 kilograms. This was enough for Yi Yunfeng to report back. Yi Yunfeng was overjoyed. He could save a lot of money for his boss. If he sold these spatial stones, he was afraid that the price would be sky-high. However, everyone present was Ling Xiao's confidant. Even if they were jealous of these spatial stones, they would not take them for themselves. After obtaining these spatial stones, Yi Yunfeng's task was considered to be half completed. He could not wait to go back and claim credit from Ling Xiao. However, the boss of the Wind Lion mercenary group, was not eliminated yet. It was difficult to appease the sullenness in the hearts of the others. If his boss knew about this, he would also blame him. Therefore, under the leadership of Lone Eagle and the others, Yi Yunfeng and the two Emperor Xian attacked the base camp of the Wind Lion mercenary group. The leader of the Wind Lion mercenary group, Guijintai, already knew that 3 of his brothers were killed. While he was indignant, he also wondered who they had offended to end up like this. In this Thousand Vein Mountain range, although his words were not absolute, he still had a lot of weight. Except for a few people who could pose a threat to them, no one else could. However, they had no reason to attack the Wind Lion mercenary group. He was very angry about this. On one hand, he wanted to find out who the enemy was, but on the other hand, he was worried that the enemy was too strong. If the enemy came to him, he did not know if he could withstand it. Sure enough, the enemy came to kill in a few days. They didn't give any explanation and killed the people of the Wind Lion mercenary group as soon as they saw them. There weren't many people who came, but all of them were very tough, and their killing methods were also very good. Just as Guijintai was about to make a move to kill the enemy, 2 super experts unexpectedly appeared and completely locked onto him. He didn't even have a chance to escape. He didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before he was mercilessly killed. He died with everlasting regret. He didn't know where this strange enemy came from. Why did he suddenly want their lives? If he had known that it was because of Rong Fubei's son, who was also his nephew, who had caused the trouble, he would have killed his nephew in the afterlife. The strength and lifespan that he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years to obtain were now inexplicably gone. It was truly a grieving. After annihilating the Wind Lion mercenary group, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Yunfeng didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately led the group back to Wind Cloud City. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way, and no one dared to have any ideas on them. When they returned, Ling Xiao immediately came out of the alchemy room to welcome them. "Greetings, young master." The group of people knelt down respectfully to Ling Xiao and shouted in unison. They were all just servants who followed Ling Xiao. They weren't really brothers with Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had always treated them well and gave them things that others could only dream of. They didn't do much for Ling Xiao, but more often than not, it was Ling Xiao who protected them. Now, the 10-year period was not up yet. Young Master remembered them and sent super experts to welcome them back, which made them feel even more touched. Their loyalty to Ling Xiao had reached an irreplaceable level. Ling Xiao looked at his subordinates who had become extremely strong and imposing, and he was very happy. Their aura had already been formed, and with the help of his pills, they would be able to become experts who could take charge of their own areas. Ling Xiao helped them up one by one and said happily, "Good. You're all finally back. Not bad. In just a few short years, you've all reached the strength of a high-level Earth Emperor." Ling Xiao was very gratified. This group of people were all nurtured by him from the very beginning. In terms of strength, they were much weaker than many people, but none of them were over 50 years old. To be able to reach the strength of a high-level Earth Emperor at such a young age, they were already not inferior to the disciples of those big powers. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Wei Dai. That charming eyes and enchanting figure still attracted his attention. Ling Xiao caressed Wei Dai's beautiful face and said gently, "It's been hard on you all these years." Wei Dai's beautiful eyes trembled, and in the end, she could not suppress her longing and plunged into Ling Xiao's broad chest. 2 streams of tears flowed down, and the sound of soft sobs that made people feel pity for her was extremely moving. Countless days and nights of longing had finally come to an end. Although for cultivators, a few years was just a moment of youth, for a woman who had fallen into the river of love, it was as long as countless spring and autumn. It was so long and unbearable. The group of people in the main hall had no choice but to quietly retreat. Wei Dai hugged and cried for an unknown period of time, and in the end, she directly fell asleep in Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao felt that Wei Dai's strength had improved the most, but now her body was abnormally weak. He immediately felt her pulse and realized that she was definitely recovering from a serious injury. Ling Xiao only thought that Wei Dai was injured during the training and did not think too much about it. However, where did the fire poison scorpion go? He actually did not protect her. At this time, he remembered that he did not see poison scorpion among the group of people just now. Could it be that he? An unbelievable thought arose in Ling Xiao's heart. He did not think too deeply about it, and immediately sent Wei Dai to rest, and at the same time, summoned the others again. Ling Xiao went straight to the point and asked Lone Eagle, where is poison scorpion? For a moment, everyone's expression became ugly again. Yi Yunfeng said, Uncle Scorpion's condition is not good. Ling Xiao frowned, what's going on? Explain it to me clearly. Thus, Yi Yunfeng told Ling Xiao about what happened in the Thousand Broken Mountain Range. Lone Eagle said, Poison Boss became like this because he saved us. I beg young master, no matter what, you must save him. After saying that, he took the lead and knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. Please save him, young master. Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi and the 8 generals all knelt down to speak for Poison Scorpion again. All these years, they had gone through life and death together, and everyone was as close as brothers. Of course, it did not mean that Poison Scorpion was more important than Ling Xiao in their hearts, but the relationship between Poison Scorpion and them was different from Ling Xiao. After all, they and Ling Xiao were master and servant. Although Ling Xiao treated them well, they did not dare to be on equal footing with Ling Xiao. Good, I didn't expect that there would be people who would dare to bully this young master's people. Have they all been killed? Ling Xiao shouted with a strong killing intent. Wei Dai was almost killed, and Poison Scorpion was only left with half of his life. He had already lost all of his power and was like a cripple. These 2 pieces of news had undoubtedly ignited Ling Xiao's anger. Ling Xiao's aura was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary Emperor stage expert would not have such a tyrannical power. Everyone in the main hall was suppressed to the point that they could not breathe. At the same time, they all felt Ling Xiao's concern for them as usual, and they were very happy in their hearts. Di Yunfeng hurriedly said, Of course, kill them all. Whoever dares to bully boss's people will have to pay the price. After hearing this, Ling Xiao slightly restrained his aura, and then said, Bring Scorpion over immediately. Even if he is dead, I will bring him back to life. Ling Xiao had undoubtedly shown that he was protective of his own people, and he also valued his loyal subordinates. This was also the charm of Ling Xiao's personality. Poison Scorpion was carried in front of Ling Xiao. Currently his aura was weak, and it seemed like he could die at any time. His middle-aged appearance also seemed to have aged a lot, and the muscles on his body had shrunk and turned black, making him look extremely miserable. Poison Scorpion was currently not unconscious, and he still had some consciousness. He saw Ling Xiao and said in a weak voice, Young master, I'm sorry. He did not ask Ling Xiao to help him at the first moment, and instead apologized to Ling Xiao. This was undoubtedly saying that he had neglected his duty. Ling Xiao did not fear the venom on Poison Scorpion's body, and directly held Poison Scorpion's hand and said, Don't say anything, I know everything. You did well. Don't worry, I can help you get back everything you have lost. You still have a long road ahead of you. After saying this, Ling Xiao took out the Spring of Life liquid and the 10,000-year tree fruit, these 2 top-grade healing items, and fed them to Poison Scorpion. Waves of pure energy continuously healed Poison Scorpion's injuries, and at the same time, it continuously restored his vitality. The Spring of Life liquid had the effect of reviving the dead, and the 10,000-year tree fruit also had a similar effect. However, it was also a wood attribute treasure, and it had great benefits for wood attribute martial artists. Poison Scorpion himself was a wood attribute martial artist, and taking the 10,000-year tree fruit was the right medicine for his illness. The speed of his recovery was also very fast, and the effects were very obvious. Everyone noticed that Poison Scorpion's condition was constantly improving, and their hearts turned from sadness to joy. They all secretly sighed in their hearts, Young Master is really omnipotent. Poison Scorpion's injuries had recovered a lot, but he had lost all the poison skills he had accumulated, and his strength had also been greatly reduced. Poison Scorpion was already very lucky to be able to recover a portion of his strength. However, Ling Xiao was not satisfied with this effect. He said to Poison Scorpion, Yun Er is a high-level poison master, and she will help you cultivate poison skills again. I believe that it won't be long before your strength can not only recover, but it can even reach a higher level. Chapter 8:12. Ling Xiao would never mistreat those who were loyal to him, nor would he be stingy with his treasures. The Spring of Life and the 10,000-year tree fruit were life-saving treasures that couldn't be bought with 1,000 crystals. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to take them out and feed them to Poison Scorpion. This kind of generosity wasn't something anyone could do. Not only that, Ling Xiao also thought of ways to restore Poison Scorpion to his peak state. This sacrifice, regardless of the cost, moved everyone present to the point that they were in a mess. Poison Scorpion dragged his body, which had just recovered a little, and knelt down to Ling Xiao. Thank you, young master. Poison Scorpion's eyes were a little moist. He had not felt this way in many years. Countless warm currents flowed through his heart. When he was in the southern wasteland, he was known as one of the 5 evildoers. He had always been a loner and did not have many close friends. His cultivation was achieved by himself through countless hardships and difficulties. When he saved Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the others, he had thought that his life might end just like that. However, Ling Xiao had given him a chance to be reborn. This feeling of being valued and cared for was something he would remember for the rest of his life. He was also glad that he had chosen to follow Ling Xiao back then. Ling Xiao did not have time to waste with Poison Scorpion. He immediately arranged for them to rest. Just as they were about to leave the hall, Ling Xiao did not forget to say, Since you are back, increase your strength to the venerable level first. Then I will arrange for you to do something. You have a heavy burden to bear. Ling Xiao's words were meant to urge them, but they also revealed the importance he attached to their return. Everyone was, of course, overjoyed. Ling Xiao did not despise them because of their strength. From what he said, he wanted to increase their strength. This made them even more loyal. Yi Yunfeng stayed in the hall and reported to Ling Xiao the harvest of the 1,000 Broken Mountain Range. He took out all the Xian crystals that Ling Xiao had given him and handed over all the space stones that he had dug out. Boss, this is the mine that sister-in-law discovered. It's just nice that we've dug it all out. We don't need to buy more from the sword-splitting sect or the Spirit Night Palace, Yi Yunfeng said with a happy expression. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would even be able to save the cost of buying space stones. Take this. Give the spatial stone to Elder Han. Have him and Mad Tooth build a spatial realm as soon as possible. Ling Xiao tossed the spatial ring with the black crystal back to Yi Yunfeng. He then had Yi Yunfeng deliver the spatial stone to Han Kai. Boss, how can this be? Yi Yunfeng did not dare to take Ling Xiao's glazed crystal. These mystic crystals were not a small number. Even the mystic Thearka's eyes would be green with envy. If I tell you to take it, just take it. If you want more in the future, you'll have to earn it yourself. I don't have a lot of money. Ling Xiao joked. Normally, Ling Xiao loved money as much as his life. However, he had always been generous with his money. Yi Yunfeng was his little brother. He really didn't care about these glazed crystals. With his identity as an alchemist, it was a very easy thing for him to earn glazed crystals. Seeing that Ling Xiao insisted, Yi Yunfeng didn't argue anymore and accepted the glazed crystals. For the next few days, Ling Xiao didn't go to the Death Mountain Range. Instead, he stayed in the residence to accompany Wei Daya. No matter what, Wei Daya had just recovered from a serious injury. She needed more care. Ling Xiao also wanted to compensate her for the pain she had suffered all these years. He wanted to stay by her side and let her feel that he was treating her well. Over the past few days, Ling Xiao had given Wei Daya many supreme-grade healing elixirs. Wei Daya also felt Ling Xiao's care and love. She was in a good mood. Her body had finally recovered to its peak condition. Tonight, Wei Dyer planned to vent all the longing she had for Ling Xiao for the past few years. At night, she pulled Ling Xiao and didn't let him leave. With a blush on her face, she said, "Tonight, I will help you bathe and change your clothes." Thousands of words couldn't compare to such a beautiful story. Ling Xiao had always been unable to control himself in front of beautiful women. Moreover, it was in front of his own woman. When he was teased by Wei Daya, the raging fire in his heart was ignited. Although there were many women around Ling Xiao, all of them had closed their doors to cultivate. He didn't know if they wanted Ling Xiao to spend more time with Wei Dyer or if he had really reached the bottleneck of a breakthrough. Now that Wei Dyer's body had recovered, Ling Xiao also wanted to pamper her. Ling Xiao hooked Wei Dyer's chin and said in a flirtatious tone, "Your body has just recovered. Why don't I help you bathe and change your clothes?" A beautiful woman like a jade, warm water moisturizes one. Ling Xiao looked at Wei Dyer, who was getting more and more mature and enchanting. Her charm was not inferior to Kai Shiyue at all. Both of them had the same voluptuous figure. Her figure was strong, supple, and smooth like jade. Ling Xiao continued to rub her back. Wei Dyer's face became a little blurred. She couldn't help but let out a few soft moans. Her moans were so beautiful that one would never get tired of hearing them. The mist from the warm water made her look like a fairy in the water. She was so beautiful. Ling Xiao's mouth was dry and his blood was boiling. He couldn't help but slide his hands from Wei Dyer's shoulders to the most firm, voluptuous, and soft part in front of her. "Ah!" A slightly louder sound than before rang out. It was like a note that could drive a person into a trance. Ling Xiao couldn't stop it. Ling Xiao turned into a ferocious beast. His thick palms grabbed the two soft mounds and kneaded them with all his might. He even playfully teased the two red spots. At the same time, he shook off his clothes and lowered his handsome face to Wei Dyer's ears and started to suck on them. Wei Dyer's expression was already blurred. After being caressed and kissed by Ling Xiao, her face became even more beautiful. Her breath smelled like orchids and her body trembled. Suddenly, she turned around and hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck. She then covered Ling Xiao's thick lips. Passion was like a hot fire. Fragrant wine, dry wood and blazing fire. It was ignited with a single spark. The spring night was bitter and short. The crescent moon was hidden and the spring song was rippling. Bashfulness was boundless. The two of them were entangled in the room. From the bathtub to the bed, traces of their battle could be seen everywhere. In the end, Ling Xiao was worried that Wei Dyer would not be able to take it. Hence, after one round of battle, he restrained himself from torturing her. However, Wei Dyer did not care and insisted on having a wild night. Less than half an hour after the first round of battle, she turned around and sat on Ling Xiao's body. Like a female knight, she kissed him up and down passionately. It was only when the east was getting brighter that she blushed with satisfaction and fell asleep on Ling Xiao's body. She was as beautiful as jade and as bright as the sun. Ling Xiao hugged Wei Dyer and sighed in his heart, "What more can I ask for in this life?" After a pause, he thought again, "No, I have a woman now, but my path is not over. I have only stepped on the beginning of the path to the pinnacle of martial arts. The central region is not my ultimate dream. One day, I still have to go to the heaven region to reunite with my teacher. Hold the power of the world when awake and lie on the knees of a beauty when drunk." This was the dream of every man, but how many of them could actually achieve it? Now, Ling Xiao felt that he had many women by his side and was satisfied with this. However, his path was not over yet. He still had to master more power and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, Ling Xiao still had a special fondness for martial arts. Only when he reached the pinnacle and looked down at the small mountains beneath his feet would he feel the most glorious moment of his life. At noon, when Ling Xiao and Wei Dyer came out of the house, they could feel a surge of aura not far away from them. Waves of intense killing intent circled around the area, and the shadows of fiery snakes kept rushing into the air. It was an extraordinary sight. "Brother has broken through." Wei Dyer could not help but exclaim in surprise. Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, and Wei Dyer had all reached the pinnacle of the Earth's sovereign realm. However, Leng Shi had reached the heavenly venerable realm before the other three. Other than the help of the 8-leaf fiery lotus, he was able to achieve this because of his concern for Wei Dyer. When Wei Dyer was about to die, Leng Shi had comprehended his own Tao from extreme joy to sorrow. Ling Xiao looked at the snake-shaped world that was gradually closing in and said with a gratified smile, "I did not expect Brother Leng's comprehension to be so much stronger than all of you. Not bad. When all of you have reached the heavenly venerable realm, I will be relieved. You are already a high-level heavenly venerable now. With your heavenly bin, it won't be long before you reach the mystic the arch tier. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Will you despise me?" Wei Dai hugged Ling Xiao's waist tightly as she spoke. Ling Xiao gently stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Don't think too much. Who do you think I am? I am a dignified high-grade alchemist. As my strength improves, I will be able to refine even higher-grade pills. It will not be a problem for me to turn all of you into top-notch experts." Ling Xiao was not being arrogant. He had the divine cauldron and the inheritance of the divine alchemist. In the future, it was only a matter of time before he became a divine alchemist. How could he let the people who followed him stop at their original realm? Even if they were ordinary people, Ling Xiao was confident that he could help them be reborn and achieve an extraordinary life. On this day, in the Death Mountain range, Han Kai and Mad Tooth were preparing to start building a space. Yunfeng came back to ask Ling Xiao to take charge. It would be inappropriate if Ling Xiao was not present for such a big event. Ling Xiao naturally agreed. The women around him had also come out of seclusion. They also wanted to witness this great moment. Thus, Ling Xiao and his women, along with the other direct descendants, headed towards the Death Mountain range. In order to build a space, there must be a space stone as a foundation. Then, there must be the protection of a saint's power. Only then could this place be isolated from the outside world. This would prevent others from finding it easily and allow one to cultivate in peace. In the central region, there were not many forces that could build a space. Even among the 18 major forces, not more than half of them could build a space. Now Ling Xiao could do this. If this news were to spread, it would be enough for him to look down on many powerful forces. However, just as Ling Xiao and the others were heading towards the Death Mountain range, Wind Cloud City was suddenly visited by an unexpected guest. A new round of crisis had begun. Chapter 8:13. In a place with excellent feng shui in the Death Mountain range. It was surrounded by mountains, lush green trees, exotic flowers, and spirit grasses. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard. This area could only be regarded as the inner periphery of the Death Mountain range, not the deepest part. In the center of this area, there were more than a dozen mountain peaks. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything special about them, but upon closer inspection, one would find that these mountain peaks were actually in the shape of a dragon. There were even flatlands on both sides like wings, giving off the aura of a flying dragon. It was truly a sight to behold. In the sky above this area, there were already many people gathered. As far as the eye could see, these people were basically experts above the Heavenly Master stage, with only a few at the Earth Sovereign stage. They were all the elites of the City Lord's mansion. Ling Xiao was in the middle, looking down excitedly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Young master, it's time," Xian Yao said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded lightly, then shouted to Han Kai and Mad Tooth, "Begin sealing the land." As soon as he said this, Han Kai and Mad Tooth began to move. The two separated in two directions, and streams of space force were drawn towards the place where the space stones were hidden. All of a sudden, everyone felt the space around them tremble slightly. Balls of dazzling light began to envelop them from afar. Han Kai and Mad Tooth were constantly flashing about, each of them waving their hands in a profound and mysterious way, making it impossible for the crowd to catch sight of them. Gradually, the crowd looked around and found that their line of sight was cut off, but they could still faintly see what was happening outside, just not as clearly as before. After an unknown amount of time, Han Kai and Mad Tooth both stopped moving. The colorful walls in the sky were constantly entangled, like a phenomenon of heaven and earth. The mercenaries and rogue cultivators in the Death Mountain range could all see it. What's going on? Why is there a phenomenon all of a sudden? Could it be that some kind of rare treasure has appeared? Quick, let's go take a look. With such a big movement, it's definitely a rare treasure that only appears once in 10,000 years. Usually, the birth of a phenomenon is accompanied by great danger. It's best not to participate if you don't have the strength. Opportunities and dangers coexist, and rare treasures can only be obtained by fate. If you don't try, how will you know if it's possible? Many people sensed that some kind of treasure had appeared, and the many spirit beasts in the surroundings also sensed the abnormality, causing quite a commotion. However, when they arrived near the anomaly, they discovered that it had completely disappeared. The sky returned to normal, and there was nothing strange in the surroundings. Everyone was unwilling to give up. They continued to wander around, hoping to run into some good luck and obtain some rare treasures. Unfortunately, they did not see any rare treasures. Instead, they encountered many high-rank spirit beasts, which were so frightened that they ran away in a sorry state. As for the weaker ones, they were killed by the spirit beasts. This scene was clearly seen by the group of people in front of them. The vast space in front of him had already been enclosed by the power of the space stone and the saint's spatial energy. People inside the space could vaguely see everything outside, but people outside couldn't see anything inside the space. This was the magic of the space. Of course, it wasn't easy to walk out from the inside of the space. After all, there was a restriction on the power of space. Unless it was a peerless expert who had reached the saint level or above, no one would be able to enter or exit easily. Those who were weak could only enter or exit this place through a transmission array. Before the fief, Xian Yao and the others had already built a short-distance transmission array. One led directly to Wind Cloud City, and the other was near the space. The location was quite hidden, making it difficult for ordinary people to discover it. Is it done now? Ling Xiao looked around and found that there wasn't much change, so he asked doubtfully. Han Kai replied, This place is indeed isolated, but the environment and climate are no different from the outside world. The reason why they haven't discovered this place is because the spatial force is obstructing their line of sight, making it impossible for them to detect the existence of this place. Only saints can sense the changes in the space here. How good, that's good. In that case, everyone can move here to cultivate in the future. However, we still need to finish repairing the palace here. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. From tomorrow onwards, I'll immediately have someone build a palace. I believe that it won't be long before we can hold the grand opening ceremony. Xian Yao replied excitedly. Just as Ling Xiao and his group sealed off the location of their force, a group of unexpected guests arrived in Wind Cloud City. There weren't many people who had come, and they were mixed in with the ordinary people, making it impossible to see any clues. This group of people was led by an old woman on the back of a mountain. On her left and right were a man and a woman. The man and the woman both looked middle-aged and looked like a couple. The old woman looked like their mother. The old woman's pace was very slow, and the two people behind her followed at a steady pace, showing no signs of impatience. The old woman was like an old woman with one foot in the grave, and from her unsteady pace, it seemed like she would fall to the ground at any moment. The middle-aged woman beside her carefully supported her. This group of three slowly arrived at the city lord's mansion from the city gate. Grandma, we've arrived at the city lord's mansion. The middle-aged woman whispered into the old woman's ear. The old woman's cloudy eyes suddenly flashed and she replied softly, "We're finally here." From the meaning of her words, it seemed like they had experienced countless days and months to arrive here. At this time, the two king-level guards at the gate walked forward, and one of them shouted, "Who are you waiting for? This is the city lord's mansion, please leave quickly." Ling Xiao's reputation had spread far and wide, and there were countless people who came to visit Ling Xiao. However, Those who were able to receive an audience were all people from large forces. The guards saw that these 3 people looked like ordinary people, and they didn't have any aura, so they thought that they were just commoners and tried to chase them away. "We're here to be guests at the city lord's mansion," the middle-aged man beside the old woman said. The king-level guard shouted, "Go, go, with just the few of you, you want to be guests at the city lord's mansion? You really don't know." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a light breeze on his face, and at the same time his neck felt cold, and he couldn't continue speaking. The other king stage cultivator didn't even have the time to speak before he was also silently killed. The one standing in front of the gate was the middle-aged man who was just beside the old woman. The 2 king-level guards didn't fall, but the middle-aged man first supported their bodies and let them lean against the wall. If one didn't come closer, no one would know that they were already dead. After the middle-aged man finished doing all this, he returned to the side of the old woman, bowed, and said, "Grandma, the dog guarding the gate has been dealt with, let's go in." The old woman didn't say anything, and once again slowly walked up the stairs to the entrance of the city lord's mansion. However, this time, she wasn't as slow as before, and with a single step, she actually reached the entrance of the city lord's mansion, which was a few meters above the ground. It was as if her foot had the power to shrink the ground into an inch. The gate of the city lord's mansion opened, and the guards inside immediately discovered that there was no one to lead the 3 inside. Several guards immediately blocked the 3 people in front of them. One of the high-level earthly sovereign realm guards shouted, "Who are you? How dare you?" Similarly, before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man made a motion of drawing his sword. With a flash of the sword, the heads of the guards in front of him instantly flew off, leaving behind several headless corpses that fell straight to the ground. The large pool of blood was so hideous and disgusting. Someone come? There's an enemy attack." Some of the guards not far away saw this scene, and one of them exclaimed in shock. Following this exclamation, many powerful auras immediately surged in the city lord's mansion. More than a dozen heavenly venerables rushed out from several different corners. "You actually dare to invade the city lord's mansion? You must be tired of living." A burly man wielding a pair of axes waved the axes and smashed them towards the 3 people. The power of the axes had an unstoppable momentum. At this time, the middle-aged man didn't make a move. Instead, he calmly held one of the old woman's hands, and the old woman let go of the other hand that was held by the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman didn't move, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. At the same time, she gently raised her hand. Swoosh swoosh. A silver light that was difficult to see with the naked eye flickered, and no one could see what it was. The burly man with the giant axe was the first to suffer. Before his move could reach the other party, he fell from the sky. The heavenly venerables who flew over from all directions also followed in the footsteps of the burly man with the giant axe. Bang bang. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen heavenly venerables had lost the ability to fight. If one looked carefully at the state of their deaths, they would see that there were very small holes in their throats. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. Moreover, there wasn't a single drop of blood flowing out of the holes. This was really a brilliant way to kill without spilling blood. A small silver needle appeared in the middle-aged woman's hand. She placed it between her jade-like lips and bit it lightly, and said with extreme disdain, "The city lord's mansion only has these useless people?" Suddenly, many experts appeared from all directions in the city lord's mansion, surrounding the 3 people. Among these people, there were 3 emperor-level auras, and these 3 were the strongest representatives of the group. These 3 people were the super experts from the Black Demon sect that Ling Xiao had previously subdued: Leng Zheng, Tian Anshang, and Guan Chang. When Leng Zheng was subdued by Ling Xiao, he was already a mid-level mystic emperor, and the other 2, Tian Anshang and Guan Chang, were low-level mystic emperors. Now, all 3 of them had taken the supreme-grade Mystic Emperor pills that Ling Xiao had given them and had advanced a level. Ling Xiao and the others had all gone to the Death Mountain range, and these 3 people were the strongest people left behind to guard the City Lord's mansion. Among the 3, Guan Chang was the first to attack. His figure was like a ghost, and his moves were like the wind. A black knife shrouded the three people. Chapter 8:14. The moment an expert made a move, one would be able to tell the difference. Guanchang was a newly ascended middle-stage mystic the Arch. He had already advanced to an extraordinary level. It was not suitable for him to fight with his own world power in the City Lord Mansion. He could only kill his enemies in a small area. As a former expert of the Black Demon sect, his killing methods were frightening. One saber 8 forms. 8 black saber auras shrouded the three of them like demons. The old woman, who was being supported by the middle-aged man, still did not show any emotions. Instead, the two people beside her revealed expressions of shock. Finally, a decent one. The middle-aged woman was surprised for a moment, and a bright red ribbon appeared in her hand. The ribbon floated like a cloud. With a whooshing sound, it went against the 8 terrifying saber auras. The surrounding people were stunned. A lousy ribbon actually dared to go against the saber auras? In the next moment, they saw what kind of ribbon could actually go against the saber auras. Bang! The 8 saber auras were swept away by the ribbon. The saber auras were still flying towards the surrounding people. While everyone was shocked, Tian Anshang ran in advance and intercepted the 8 saber auras. He did not let them cause much harm to the others. All of you disperse. This person is a super expert. Leng Zheng said faintly. Ling Zhao's high-level spiritual incantation could force his consciousness into the soul of the person who was under the incantation to serve him wholeheartedly. Leng Zheng, Tian Anyo, and Guanchang were all controlled by Ling Xiao. Most of their spiritual wills would live according to Ling Zhao's will. Naturally, they did not want to harm anyone in the City Lord Mansion. Guanchang and that middle-aged woman clashed together. That middle-aged woman had the intention to start a massacre. Countless energy blasted out continuously. At this moment, her world energy had also been deduced. It was as though she wanted to completely destroy the City Lord's mansion. The middle-aged woman's strength was at the middle stage mystic the Arch. It seemed like she was slightly stronger than Guanchang. Guanchang was forced to use his own world power to fight against the enemy. At this moment, Tian Anyo rushed towards the old woman and the middle-aged man. Anyone who dares to invade the City Lord's mansion will die. Tian Anyo's weapon was different from Envoy Guanchangshi's. He was wielding a sickle. He brandished it with biting cold killing intent towards the neck of the old woman and the middle-aged man. The sickle was merciless, and the attack was even more merciless. You dare to use a knife on Grandma? You're courting death. The middle-aged man standing next to the old woman had a cold look on his face. He let go of the old woman's hand, and a thin sword appeared in his hand. The thin sword rippled with dense sword flowers. Ding-dang ding-dang. The scythe and the rapier collided with each other, producing sparks. In the next moment, the high-grade scythe in Tian Anyo's hand was destroyed by the rapier, and only half of it remained. Tian Anyo was startled, but he didn't panic. He threw the half-broken scythe in his hand towards the middle-aged man. At the same time, he kicked out a cold leg light. Insignificant skill. The middle-aged man snorted contemptuously, and the thin sword in his hand swept towards Tian Anyo's feet. It could even destroy a high-grade spirit artifact. Needless to say, the thin sword in his hand was at least a half-step sage artifact. Tian Anyo had no choice but to withdraw his attack, but the middle-aged man didn't show any mercy. Wind-chasing stab. The middle-aged man softly shouted. His body leaned forward like a drill, and the thin sword in his hand stabbed towards Tian Anyo like a shadow. The middle-aged man's speed was fast, and his attack was ruthless. It was beyond everyone's expectation. Tian Anyo didn't retreat in time, and his abdomen was directly pierced by the thin sword. Not only that, but the middle-aged man revealed a bloodthirsty look, and the thin sword continued to ripple unceasingly. Puff puff. Tian Anyo's body was directly cut into countless pieces by the thin sword. Countless blood sprayed out, and blood stained the outer courtyard of the City Lord Mansion. Tian Anyo had the strength of a middle-stage Xin Emperor, but he was still cut into pieces by the middle-aged man's mask. One could imagine the strength of this middle-aged man. Leng Zheng realized that the strength of this middle-aged man was beyond his expectation. Quickly activate the defensive grand formation. Leng Zheng hastily shouted. Just as Guanchang was about to force the middle-aged woman to retreat with one move, he suddenly felt something tighten around his waist. He was firmly tied up by the ribbon. Not good. Guanchang cried out in alarm. He was about to chop off the ribbon with his saber. Unfortunately, the ribbon suddenly bloomed with a suction force, pulling him towards the middle-aged woman. At the same time, the middle-aged woman quickly raised her other hand. Swish! A small silver needle pierced towards Guanchang's throat. Guanchang wasn't an ordinary celestial venerate, he was a true mid-stage mystic the Arch. His eyesight was astounding. He spat out a mouthful of black mist, which deflected the silver needle. Unfortunately, while he was distracted, the middle-aged woman was still in front of him. The sharp claws in her hand clasped towards Guanchang's neck. Her fingernails were like divine weapons. Once they pierced Guanchang's throat, would he still be alive? This middle-aged woman was truly someone who killed without batting an eyelid. Her every move was closely linked, and her killing methods were extremely brilliant. Seeing that Guanchang was about to die at the hands of this middle-aged woman, Leng Zheng finally made his move. The long sword, traceless, slashed towards the middle-aged woman with a flash of speed. If the middle-aged woman wanted to kill Guanchang, then she had to face Leng Zheng's killing move. Indeed, the middle-aged woman had no choice but to withdraw her killing move. Guanchang also escaped from death, but he was also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, the outer courtyard of the city lord's residence started to flash with a 5-colored light screen, wrapping the outer courtyard in layers. Leng Zheng, Guanchang, and the 3 people who attacked out of nowhere were all trapped in this array. This array was set up by Xian Yao long ago. The inside and outside of the city lord's residence were all set up by Xian Yao. Once it was activated, even a high-stage Xian emperor would find it hard to escape. However, Leng Zheng and Guanchang had to accompany them in the encirclement. Otherwise, they could only wait for the people on the outside to break the eye of the array before they could escape. Sha Tian's top-notch gold killer, hidden needle in sleeves, drizzle swordsman. Leng Zheng looked at the 2 people and said softly. These 2 people were once famous and terrifying assassins in the central region. The 2 of them had once attacked the supreme elders of the 18 great forces and killed them instantly. In the end, the people from those forces could not do anything about it, and in the end, they were not found out. It was rumored that the 2 of them had not appeared for many years. Today, they personally came to Wind Cloud City and killed their way into the city lord's residence. It was obvious that Sha Tian's organization was determined to get rid of Ling Xiao. The middle-aged woman was known as Hidden Needle in Sleeves. Her name was Geng Hong and she was a mid-stage Xian emperor. The middle-aged man was called Zhu Yuanxiu and he was a high-stage Xian emperor. The 2 of them were top 10 top-notch assassins in Sha Tian's organization. They were already on the verge of entering the ranks of the Jade Assassins. As an expert of the Black Demon sect, Leng Zheng had a certain understanding of the inside story of Sha Tian's organization. He could recognize the origins of the 2 people. Zhu Yuanxiu frowned and said, "Since when did the people of the Black Demon sect collude with that little bastard? Is Wind Cloud City already the territory of the Black Demon sect?" The Black Demon sect had the highest number of Dark Attribute experts. Zhu Yuanxiu had sensed that these 3 people were Dark Attribute experts through his fight with Tian Anyo. He had a bad premonition that these 3 people were keeping watch over this place. If Wind Cloud City was already occupied by the Black Demon sect, and now he had killed a great emperor of the Black Demon sect, the Black Demon sect was a top force. This was a huge grudge. Assassins were ruthless, but it did not mean that they did not have intelligence. Zhu Yuanxiu's words were obviously to test Leng Zheng. At the same time, his eyes glanced at the old woman who seemed to be asleep. Needless to say, this old woman was the backbone of the group. She was also the most hidden peerless expert. It's none of your business. Leng Zheng snorted coldly. He raised his sword and rushed towards Yanxiu. His spirit was branded with the most loyal belief. Even if he died, he would not betray Ling Xiao. Now that the defensive formation had been activated, he could fight with all his might. Guan Chang attacked the middle-aged woman once again. Both of them summoned their dark attribute spirit beasts. It was obvious that they were going to fight to the death. Zhu Yuanxiu and Geng Hong were just about to attack when the old woman behind them opened her eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Stand down." Zhu Yuanxiu and Geng Hong did not hesitate and immediately split up. Suddenly, the old woman's crutch swept toward Leng Jing, Guan Chang and the two spirit beasts. The old woman seemed to have waved her crutch casually, but the space around them shook. The power of the crutch seemed to have sucked out all the spiritual energy in the area. Together, it smashed toward the two people and the two spirit beasts. Puff puff. The two people and two spirit beasts were defeated in just one move. The old woman no longer looked at the two of them. She looked up at the light barrier and muttered, "A mere rank 7 formation can trap this old woman." With another blast, the light screen above his head cracked and instantly became ineffective. Everyone in the city lord's mansion began to panic. At this moment, their young master and all the elders were not here. With a strong enemy attacking, how could they have the courage to fight back? For a moment, many people who were afraid of death turned around and fled without saying a word. "Where is the little bastard Ling Xiao? Come out and die." The old woman did not want to pay attention to those who were running away and shouted toward the city lord's mansion. The aura of a semi-sage expert spread out and pressed down on the entire city lord mansion, making it hard for them to breathe. However, no matter how forceful her voice was, no matter how intimidating she was, Ling Xiao still didn't show up. Did the Black Demon sect really occupy this place first? The old woman asked in her mind. She hesitated for a moment and said to Zhu Yuanxiu and Geng Hong, "Since we have made our move, let's kill them all." There were still many people in the mansion who did not run, including Poison Scorpion who was recovering from his injuries and Yi Yunfeng's family. Just as Zhu Yuanxiu and Geng Hong were about to kill, a transmission formation in a corner of the mansion glowed. Chapter 8:15. Previously, Ling Xiao had been repeatedly attacked by Sha Tian's organization. In a fit of anger, Ling Xiao had not only killed all the offenders, but he had also captured Fang Chen and Luo Yu. Later on, he had also attacked several of Sha Tian's branches. The higher-ups of Sha Tian's organization had no choice but to respond. This time, Sha Tian was determined to destroy Ling Xiao. He had directly dispatched a Jade Assassin and 2 top-notch Golden Assassins. Needless to say, the Jade Assassin was the old woman in front of them. She was already a peerless half-saint expert. She had once been described as Granny Netherwind. This Granny Netherwind had been in the world for thousands of years. She was a wind attribute martial artist. Don't look down on her because she walked slowly. In fact, if she really wanted to walk, she would be many times faster than many super experts. Half-Sage was already a top-notch expert in the central region. Any one of them could destroy any sect at grade 4 or below. Only the 18 major forces had the qualifications to contend against them. Now that she had personally come to Wind Cloud City to capture Ling Xiao, it undoubtedly proved that Ling Xiao's strength had the capital to contend against the 18 major forces. Moreover, Sha Tian's organization had finally revealed their ferocious side. With the existence of a half-saint and many golden assassins, their strength could be ranked in the top 5 of all the forces in the central region. If such a force were to move out, it would really cause the central region to tremble. Originally, Ling Xiao and the others in the Death Mountain range did not know that the city lord's mansion had fallen. However, when Tian Anyo was killed by Zhu Yuanxiu, Ling Xiao immediately sensed it. Once someone who had been cursed by him died, Ling Xiao would immediately sense it. Tian Anyo was a mid-stage mystic emperor. Needless to say, the person who could kill him was definitely stronger than him. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with the joy of establishing the spatial zone. He immediately said to everyone, "Something has happened to the city lord's mansion. We must quickly return." Ling Xiao did not bring many people with him. Having more people did not necessarily mean that he would have an advantage. Only the strong ones were brought back by him. Jianghu guessed that the people who were attacking the city lord's mansion were the three enemies that he had provoked. The first was the Gu clan, the second was the Sha Tian organization, and the third was the Black Demon sect. No matter which clan or clan it was, they had sent out a super expert who could kill a mid-tier Xian the Arch. This meant that the other party was prepared to deal a thunderous blow to him. They were determined to kill all of them. So, Ling Xiao had only taken Han Kai, Mad Tooth, and all the experts at the emperor rank or above with him. The others were all left in this space, not allowing them to return. Although Ling Xiao had the help of a peerless powerhouse, he couldn't guarantee that the other party wouldn't also use a saint-level powerhouse. He didn't dare to joke about this. At the very least, they could guarantee their safety in the land of space. Ling Xiao did not know that he was being too cautious. Saints were very rare in the central region. A high-level saint like Han Kai was already one of the top experts in the central region. If he were to announce the strength he had gathered today, then the entire central territory would probably be shaken, and he would definitely step into the ranks of a third-rank sect. Who dares to invade this young master's territory? Are you tired of living? Ling Xiao roared as soon as he came out of the teleportation formation. He flew in the direction of the enemy's aura. The people behind him also chased after him as fast as they could. At this time, Zhu Yuanxiu and Gung Hong were about to split up to chase after the people from the city lord's mansion. When they heard Ling Xiao's voice, they stopped. Is the main character finally making an appearance? Gung Hong said with a cold smile. Zhu Yuanxiu frowned slightly and said, many experts have come. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to gather so many capable people. Granny Netherwind had a calm expression on her face, as if no matter how many experts Ling Xiao had come, they were not worth mentioning. When the people around the city lord's mansion heard Ling Xiao's voice, they all cried out in alarm. At this moment, their hearts also calmed down. Young Master is back. This is great. What kind of storm can those three clowns cause? That's right. They actually killed so many of our people as soon as they arrived. They really deserve to die. I wonder who they are. They can even destroy the defensive formation set up by the military advisor. Needless to say, they are definitely the young master's enemies. After the young master announces that he will establish his own power, let's see who dares to so brazenly attack again. Before this, Ling Xiao's shocking battle results had already been deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone in the city lord's mansion. They had a completely blind sense of trust in Ling Xiao, as if as long as Ling Xiao was around, any enemy would no longer be terrifying. Ling Xiao led the crowd and landed in front of Granny Netherwind, Zhu Yuanxiu, and Gung Hong. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Mad Tooth had already transmitted a message to him. A half-step saint, a high-level Xian emperor, and a mid-level Xian emperor are not worth mentioning. Only a true saint like Mad Tooth could say that such a combination was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao was surprised. They actually sent out a half-step saint. You are Ling Xiao? Granny Netherwind stared at Ling Xiao and said faintly. Her old eyes were filled with disdain, as if Ling Xiao was a dead man in her eyes. She had thought that Ling Xiao was very powerful, but now it seemed that he was just a high-level heavenly venerable. It was really making a big fuss out of nothing to alarm her, a half-step saint. However, when she swept her gaze over the group behind Ling Xiao, her old eyes finally flashed with some emotion. So many Xian emperors! She exclaimed in her heart. In addition to Han Kai and Mad Tooth, the group behind Ling Xiao included Cruel Leopard, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, Wang Teng Wu Fu, Song Minghua, Du Tai, Fong Chen, and Luo Yu, a total of 9 Xian emperors. If the dead Tian Anyo, Leng Jing, and Guan Chang were added, there were a total of 12 Xian emperors. Such a force could be said to be very powerful anywhere in the central region. Ling Xiao replied with a sneer, Yes, this young master is Ling Xiao. Old lady, you are so old yet you still come out to fight and kill, aren't you afraid of spraining your waist? Hee, you have a sharp tongue, Granny Netherwind also responded with a sneer and then said, Are you going to surrender obediently, or shall I break your legs and take you away? Before coming, her palace master Sha Tian had already ordered that Ling Xiao be captured alive as much as possible. Although she did not know what her palace master meant, she still obeyed unconditionally. How arrogant! A mere half-step saint dares to be arrogant here? Who gave you such confidence? Before Ling Xiao could speak, Madtooth couldn't help but shout first. The power of a true saint began to spread, and a strong sense of oppression pressed down on Granny Netherwind. Granny Netherwind's old eyes twitched, and before she could react, her stooped body was shaken and sent flying. Zhu Yuanxiu and Gung Hong, who were beside her, also realized that something was wrong at the same time, but their bodies could not move. The aura of the saint made them feel so vulnerable. Kid, hurry up and deal with this. Come find me later, I have something to talk to you about. Han Kai did not wait for Ling Xiao to finish dealing with this matter. After saying this to Ling Xiao, he walked into the backyard of the city lord's mansion. From beginning to end, he did not look at Granny Netherwind and the other two. After all, there were not many people in the central region who were worthy of his attention. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said to Madtooth, "Seriously injure them, but don't let them die. This young master still has other uses for them." Ling Xiao was inwardly delighted. Sending 3 experts over at once was exactly what he wanted, and he wouldn't refuse them. If you want to catch this granny, you're not enough. Granny Netherwind snorted coldly. Her aura immediately surged, and a gust of netherwind began to wreak havoc in the area. The entire city lord's mansion shook slightly, and all the arrangements in the outer courtyard were destroyed. Now, her aura was extremely close to that of a true saint, and her dark gray netherwind was a special kind of wind that had more destructive power than ordinary wind. Granny Netherwind seemed to be planning to fight with her life on the line. She actually attacked with all her strength. The countless netherwinds seemed to be omnipresent as it smashed towards Ling Xiao and the others. Not only did this move want to take the lives of Ling Xiao and the others, but it also wanted to completely destroy the city lord's mansion. How could Madtooth let her do as she wished? Stubborn. He didn't even think about it. Both of his palms struck out at the same time, and an invisible space power appeared in front of him, blocking Granny Hellwind's Hellwind. The space power smashed towards the 3 of them. However, at this moment, Granny Netherwind actually abandoned Zhu Yuanxiu and Gung Hong, turned around, and turned into a gust of wind to escape. Her move just now was completely to attract Madtooth's attention and make people think that she was going to fight with her life on the line. Who knew that she was going to take the opportunity to escape? Granny Netherwind's heart was now in turmoil. In this small wind cloud city, besides a dozen mystic thearchs, there was actually a true saint in charge. This was really unexpected. She had to bring this news back to the palace lord. Perhaps only her palace lord had the ability to capture and kill Ling Xiao. Madtooth frowned slightly and shouted at the same time, "If I let him escape from Wind Cloud City, how can I, Madtooth, stay by young master's side?" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure was already thousands of meters away. His speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Zhu Yuanxiu and Gung Hong didn't even have a chance to escape. They were blasted by the power of Madtooth's palms, and the 2 of them flew far away. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The outer courtyard of the city lord's mansion was in a mess. The sound of fighting had already alerted the people outside the city lord's mansion. Who dares to cause trouble for the city lord's mansion? He really doesn't know what's good for him. It must be the Gu clan or Sha Tian's people. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to take City Lord Ling's life. That's right. City Lord Ling is such a good person, and his future is limitless. They want to strangle him in the cradle and not let him grow. City Lord Ling's power is already established, and I believe that it won't be long before he can establish his own sect. At that time, he will definitely be able to replace the Gu clan and become a new generation of great power. At that time, let's see if we can join and become City Lord Ling's subordinate. Chapter 816. Wind Cloud City, The outer courtyard of the city lord's mansion was in a mess. The outer courtyard to the front of the gate was completely destroyed. Many corpses were strewn all over the place, making people feel as if they had been massacred. This was the first time the city lord's mansion was attacked like this, and they paid a huge price. A mystic the arch, a dozen heavenly venerables, and many earth sovereign and king-ranked guards in exchange for 2 mystic thearchs. This price was worth it. Leng Zheng and Guan Chang were not dead, but they were seriously injured. It seemed that Granny Mingfeng thought that they were from the Black Demon sect and did not kill them completely. Ling Xiao comforted the people in the mansion and immediately asked someone to help Leng Zheng and Guan Chang to heal their injuries. Zhu Yuanxiu and Gung Hong became the sacrificial lambs. Ling Xiao revealed an incomparably excited light, like a wolf seeing a sheep. That greedy look was really wretched. Those who did not know would think that he was a pervert who ate both men and women. Of course, Ling Xiao could not be interested in men. He was interested in controlling these 2 experts for his own use. Sha Tian, I will take in as many people as you come. When I kill your base camp, I will let you know how powerful I am. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. He could not help but imagine how great it would be to take all the experts of Sha Tian for his own use. Palace Lord Sha Tian knew what Ling Xiao was thinking now. He was afraid that he was so angry that he would vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. The experts that his family had accumulated over the years had actually been selected by someone else. What was the difference between this and stealing his position as the palace lord? Ling Xiao took advantage of the fact that Zhu Yuanxiu and Gung Hong were seriously injured and immediately cast a high-level spiritual curse on them to heal their injuries. Mad Tooth chased after Granny Mingfeng and returned after half a day. When he saw Mad Tooth return with Granny Mingfeng, Ling Xiao was shocked. Mad Tooth, what happened to you? Did they set up an ambush? Ling Xiao looked at the injured Mad Tooth and asked. Mad Tooth spoke with a slightly embarrassed expression. Although this woman's strength is only at the half-saint realm, her strength is very strong, and she even had the help of a peak 7th rank spirit beast. Fortunately, she didn't escape from the palm of my hand. Mad Tooth did not expect Granny Mingfeng to let her protective spirit beast explode its beast core in order to escape. He was almost killed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or his injuries would be more serious than now. Ling Xiao did not ask any more questions. Instead, he had Mad Tooth stand guard at the side and completely seal Granny Netherwind's power. Then he cast an advanced soul curse on Granny Netherwind. Of course, the soul power of a half-saint was not to be trifled with. Although she was heavily injured, her soul power was far stronger than anyone else's. It took a lot of effort for Ling Xiao to completely suppress her. Afterwards, Ling Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. He seemed extremely exhausted, as if he had just gone through a great battle. Mad Tooth also knew that Ling Xiao had an incredible secret method to control people, but seeing Ling Xiao like this with his own eyes still surprised him. Just now, he had clearly felt Ling Xiao's vast and boundless spiritual energy fluctuations, which seemed to be much stronger than his own saint's spiritual energy. Could it be that young master is really a descendant of the soul race? Mad Tooth thought doubtfully. Ling Xiao did not know what Mad Tooth was thinking, nor did he want to care so much. Now that there were 3 more supermasters, he was in a good mood. While he arranged for people to treat the 3 people, he went to find Han Kai. Han Kai was in the innermost courtyard of the city lord's mansion. The courtyard was quiet and secluded, with a hint of loneliness and elegance. As an expert who had reached the peak of the central territory, he already had the feeling of a lonely master. As soon as Ling Xiao arrived, the door to the pavilion opened by itself. Ling Xiao bowed respectfully and said, "Elder Han, I'm here." Back then, Han Kai had accompanied him here from the medicine capital not as a servant, so Ling Xiao did not dare to use his status as the city lord to pressure him. Instead, he treated Han Kai as a junior. "Have a seat," Han Kai responded softly. He then immediately went straight to the point. "Do you remember our agreement?" Ling Xiao knew what Han Kai was talking about and immediately nodded. "Of course I do. Elder Han, don't worry. Once everything is ready, I plan to establish another branch of the medicine sect so that you can restore the medicine sect's former glory. Ling Xiao had previously promised Han Kai that he would help him rebuild the medicine sect. Now that the time was ripe, there was no reason for him to delay this matter any longer when Han Kai brought it up. Unexpectedly, Han Kai changed his mind and said, "If it was only for the sake of rebuilding the medicine sect, I would not have left the medicine sect with you. The medicine sect's legacy cannot be broken." He paused for a moment before he continued, "I don't think there's a need to rebuild the medicine sect. Once your branch is completed, you will certainly need to divide it into different administrative areas. When that time comes, you can just establish another medicine peak. You can then announce to the world that the medicine sect and your branch are one." When Ling Xiao heard this, his expression froze for a moment before he exclaimed happily, "Then let's do as Elder Han says." If he had followed Han Kai's original plan and helped him rebuild his branch, it would have taken a lot of effort. Han Kai's new suggestion was naturally more to his liking. Han Kai's decision also meant that he had decided to merge with his own branch. With such a peerless master overseeing things, Ling Xiao felt much more at ease. Actually, Ling Xiao did not know that Han Kai had his own selfish motives in this decision. Back then, the reason why he had followed Ling Xiao out was because he wanted to rebuild the medicine sect. However, why did he choose to accompany Ling Xiao out? Based on his strength as a high-level saint and his identity as a saint alchemist, it would be a piece of cake for him to rebuild the medicine sect. Han Kai naturally had his own thoughts. He had once placed his hopes on the medicine sect and the pill sect to help him rebuild the medicine sect. However, the medicine sect and the pill sect had always been half-hearted and did not take it to heart. Han Kai's personality was aloof from worldly affairs, but that did not mean that he did not know anything. He had never established his own sect, but he had secretly built up his own huge network of forces. Even the medicine sect and the pill sect did not know about these forces. Don't forget, he was the supreme supervising elder of the Pill Alliance. All the allies and members of the Pill Alliance, which one of them did not respect him? Originally, he had wanted to extract those forces, but he would definitely encounter quite a bit of resistance. Therefore, he did not act rashly for the time being. The reason why he had chosen to accompany Ling Xiao out was because Ling Xiao had obtained a pill refinement technique that was one of the medicine sect's inheritances. He was also very optimistic about Ling Xiao's growth. Initially, he had planned to make Ling Xiao the medicine sect's new sect leader. However, Ling Xiao had his own plans. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was the legendary disciple of the demonic emperor. Hence, he had given up on this idea. After witnessing Ling Xiao's various accomplishments over the past 2 to 3 years, he had reconsidered. He felt that perhaps the medicine sect had become a thing of the past. As long as the medicine sect's inheritance was not broken, it was not impossible for them to change to another method of survival. Now, he had seen Ling Xiao's potential. As long as Ling Xiao did not die, he might become a legend in the central region in the future. He might even become an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a force like the spiritual martial court. Furthermore, if the medicine sect's inheritance could be passed down in such a force, he would feel extremely gratified. This was also the reason why he had changed his initial loyalty. It could be said that he had placed all his bets on Ling Xiao. By the way, I've heard that you're planning to make a move against Sha Tian and the Gu family? Han Kai changed the topic. Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. They've tried to take my life time and time again. If I don't teach them a lesson, they might think that I'm a pushover. As Ling Xiao spoke, his eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent. Kid, don't be so impulsive. You'll be at a disadvantage right before your eyes. Han Kai said faintly. Ling Xiao gently raised an eyebrow. Old man Han, why do you say that? Could it be that you think that we're not strong enough to destroy them? Han Kai replied, these two forces are ancient forces that have existed for a very long time. The reason why they've been able to stand tall until now without declining is because they must have some sort of great power. Based on the number of troops you have, it might not be enough. I know that you, kid, have many things to rely on, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Once he had said his piece, Han Kai did not say anything else and immediately closed his eyes. His actions were a clear indication that he was asking Gu Ruoyun to leave. Ling Xiao could only rise to his feet and walk out of Han Kai's room as his mind pondered over the meaning behind Han Kai's words. Han Kai's words were obviously advising Gu Ruoyun against starting a war with Sha Tian and the Gu family for the time being. Based on what he was saying, these two great forces must have many powerful people to rely on. Han Kai did not think that Gu Ruoyun's declaration of war would work. Ling Xiao recalled everything that had happened in the medicine order. The medicine order had been overseen by the 5 saint stage cultivators. When Gu Ruoyun had managed to escape, they had not summoned their protective spiritual beasts. That was why Gu Ruoyun had been able to escape so easily. Now that he thought about it, Gu Ruoyun felt that the medicine order had done so because they did not want to fight to the death with him. Although Sha Tian and the Gu family were not as powerful as the medicine order, it did not mean that they did not have more powerful existences. If Gu Ruoyun really forced them into a corner, they would be driven to desperate measures and perish together with Gu Ruoyun. That would not be worth it. Furthermore, after witnessing the 8th grade thunder snake that the Gu family had summoned and the half-saint expert that Sha Tian had sent, Gu Ruoyun had witnessed how powerful the two forces were. Now that the prodigal had left, the free expert, the earthly flaming tiger, had also left. The only peerless experts that Gu Ruoyun could rely on were Mad Tooth and the Dragon Lady. Han Kai was only overseeing Ling Zhao's forces. He would not make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. Han Kai had told Ling Xiao about this back then. Perhaps I've thought of things too simply. Ling Xiao sighed heavily in his heart after he left Han Kai's house. Then he resolutely said to himself, "Then I'll let them go for now. The day I become an Emperor Stage cultivator will be the day they are eliminated from the central region." Ling Xiao made a new decision in his heart. His battle with Sha Tian's organization and the Gu family was postponed once again. After that, Ling Xiao ordered people to build a space with all their might. The proud, smiling palace was finally going to be announced to everyone in the central region. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.